Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for those of you in the room facing Mother Nature to be here today, and for those of us joining via the webcast, welcome. We are very grateful for you to be here today for this externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting regarding chemotherapy-induced hearing loss in the pediatric oncology population. I can't tell you how exciting it is to see all of you here. This meeting has been about 2 years total in the making, about 6 months of planning for today. We are just very excited to have all of you here. I'm Kat Pacente, and I'm here as a board member of Momcology and as a member of the planning committee. In the last few months, I've had the pleasure of working with some very remarkable and dedicated people from our organizations on the planning committee. I'd like to thank them. Children's Cause for Cancer Advocacy, Maddie Miracle Foundation, and Children's Brain Tumor Foundation. So thank you to everyone that's been in on the planning and has been working tirelessly to bring all of us together today. Our organizations came together because we feel strongly that prevention of hearing loss, as well as better treatments after hearing loss has occurred, it's important to the pediatric cancer patient population. And there was a need for the FDA to hear the patient voice. I'd like to thank our foundation organizers, the planning committee, our sponsors, and our sponsors are all listed here on the board, for being here today and listening to the patient experience. I'd especially like to thank the FDA Office of Strategic Programs and Shannon Woodward. You guys have been extraordinarily helpful in helping us navigate this process. Also, the Oncology Center of Excellence and everybody in those offices has been extraordinarily helpful and supportive throughout this process. We wouldn't be here today without all of you. I'd also like to thank the patients and the patient families, both on the panels, in our audience, and via webcast. I know it's not easy to stand in a room like this and share your stories, but doing so, you will allow people on the outside of this experience an opportunity to see into your lives and to better understand the profound impact hearing loss has on your child and on your families. I'm here today too, not just as an organizer, but as a parent. I know firsthand that as parents of survivors, we often avoid the conversation surrounding burden of disease for late effects because it feels like placing a burden on survival. We do this for many reasons: survivor's guilt, fear that we might seem ungrateful, worry our children might think that they themselves are a burden. I stand here today and can tell you with certainty that I, like you, wouldn't change anything. I'm beyond grateful for the gift of my son exactly as he is. I love him and cherish him, and his trials have in many ways made me the person I am. But none of that means that he didn't deserve and doesn't deserve better. Today, we all have the opportunity to open the curtain into our real lives. My real life, it includes a whole lot of gratefulness, but it also includes a little boy who is often sad at being left out, who refuses his hearing aids because they hurt and they make everything sound weird, and they make him different in yet one more way from his peers. My boy dislikes school, and he's missing out on his education. He's a child who works 10 times as hard as his classmates and just can't seem to keep up. He's an 11-year-old terrified not only of death, but of missing out on life as he actually lives it. I can't change his history, and I might not be able to change the landscape for him, but sharing his story may very well change it for others. I invite all of you to share your stories. Open up to the real life, the real challenges that you face every day, and let the people in this room see not only the joy, but the burden of survival. It's a difficult conversation, but one that we owe to each other, our children, and the children yet to fight. We can do better, and today we get to share one of the reasons why. We are a room of people that are coming from all different perspectives, but we have shared goals. Let's use today as the opportunity it's intended to be to bring together the patients, patient families, clinicians, and policymakers and share the truth as it exists for each of us, and perhaps bring us a little closer to the goal of doing better for our kids. With that, I'd like you to allow me to introduce you to Ria Blakey. Ria is the Associate Director of External Outreach and Engagement with the FDA Oncology Center of Excellence. Ria is one of many people here today who are anxious to hear your stories and who really does understand and recognize the importance of the patient voice. Ria.
Thank you very much, Kat. I appreciate that. I did not expect applause, so thank you for that as well. I'm delighted to be here today. I've been at the FDA about 4 years now, and in my current role, about 8 weeks. So my remarks will be extremely high level, but I'm glad to share with you the opportunity to tell patient stories, to increase the input of the patient perspective, because the FDA very much wants to have more opportunities to hear from patients, because patients are our end users, and we never forget that. So thank you again for allowing me the opportunity. Thank you, George, for calling me. Thank you all to the sponsors and those of you who have participated for the last couple of years, I understand, to pull this together. The externally led patient-focused drug development meetings are something that are very important to the FDA. And I'll give you a little bit of background. By way of that, I do want to start, though, with a question. How many of you are familiar with the MedWatch listserv? Okay, one hand. We'll need to increase the number on that. The reason you should know about MedWatch is because it is an opportunity for you to engage with FDA. And I'm going to talk to you about just a few opportunities, but this one in particular is the opportunity to provide safety information about adverse events. And it's a reporting system that we have. There are 350,000 people who participate on the listserv, and we always want to increase that number because we want to make sure that the information is readily available to patients and people who might have experiences that we need to know about. So please do look into that. Almost everything I'm going to tell you about today, you can find on the fda.gov website. So rather than repeatedly mention that, I'll just put a pin in it there, and then keep in mind that there's all kinds of robust information that is, in fact, available. As Kat mentioned, I'm the Associate Director of Engagement at the FDA Oncology Center of Excellence. We are new. It is a great honor for me to participate. It is an opportunity, I think, to be on the verge of something new and exciting at the FDA. And we're committed to creating more opportunities for patients to participate in FDA decision-making in particular. By way of that, there is something called the 21st Century Cures Act, which I hope that you're familiar with. Was passed in 2016, and it's designated to help accelerate medical product development and to bring new innovations and advances to patients who need them faster and more efficiently. Now, that law builds on FDA's ongoing work to incorporate the patient voice. We want to hear from you. So when I talk to you about the Oncology Center of Excellence, it's because it's an important aspect of the 21st Century Cures Act. In fact, the Oncology Center of Excellence, which we lovingly refer to as OCE, because as government people, we love our acronyms, so forgive me if I slip into that. OCE is the first FDA center that's focused on creating a cross-cutting interdisciplinary team that centers around a specific disease rather than focusing on specific products. In the first year of our operation, our director, Dr. Richard Pazder, and the OCE team have established OCE as the agency's main hub for medical oncology, clinical expertise, and engagement. And through the Oncology Center of Excellence, the FDA seeks to create a unified and collaborative effort, scientific environment to advance the development and regulation of oncology products for patients with cancer. Now, on March 15th, 2018, the Oncology Center of Excellence held a listening session in which the public was invited to provide input on our structure and how we would function. We were very much looking for information from the public, which is you, about how we would define success for OCE. It's part of the initiative in which we want to have two-way conversation with patients. So I would strongly encourage you that if there's an opportunity for you to attend another event similar to this or any FDA-sponsored events, we want to hear your voice. Please come out. Don't shy away from us. We need you to better serve you as patients. OCE also held a one-day public workshop for cancer patient advocates on November 13th, 2017, and that provided a broad introduction to FDA regulatory aspects of oncology drug development and also included a wide-ranging discussion with advocates on their interactions with the Food and Drug Administration. Nothing's perfect. However, based on the positive feedback that we received, the second annual Patients in Progress Cancer Patients Advocates and FDA workshop will take place November 27th, 2018. Again, we welcome you to attend. The registration is in fact open on our website. So as we continue to develop the Oncology Center of Excellence, it's imperative that we seek feedback, both internally and externally, on how things are working. And overall, we have received positive feedback for the most part from both internal and external stakeholders. And we are continuing to regularly engage with stakeholders to get your feedback and to hear from you about how we can best meet your needs. This year, one of the two main areas of focus for OCE includes external engagement, and that means engaging with external stakeholders who are involved in patient advocacy groups, academia, professional societies. Obviously, we will continue to talk to industry, but I strongly urge you to be as active as you possibly can so that we hear your voice. I know people hear these comments sometimes from federal agencies, but we encourage you to please follow up. So I'll step back a second and talk just briefly about the patient-focused drug development meetings, which were the impetus for the externally led patient-focused drug development meetings. The PFDD meetings, as we like to call them, took place from 2012 to 2017 and were initiated under the authorization of the Prescription Drug User Fee Act. There were 24 disease-specific patient perspective meetings, and we talked about diseases and their treatments, and we wanted specifically to know from key stakeholders in the public, including patient advocates, researchers, drug developers, healthcare providers, and others, and the FDA. This opportunity to hear the patient's voice was unique. Prior to that, it really didn't exist. We've built on it because we understand at the FDA and recognize that there are many more than just 24 specific disease states. However, that led then to the FDA welcoming patient organizations such as today to provide an opportunity to identify and organize patient-focused collaborations to generate more public input on other disease areas using the process that was established under the patient-focused drug development model. As you know, we call these current meetings externally led patient-focused drug development meetings. So FDA invites organizations such as yours to identify and organize patient-focused collaborations and to generate input into the FDA decision-making process. We welcome submissions to links of meeting reports. We hope that you will submit one today from all stakeholders who are collecting patient perspectives on disease burden and disease treatment. And we are happy to add that information to our FDA website so that we're sharing the information with all patients. There are a couple of other opportunities I'd like to briefly mention for interaction, for engagement with the Food and Drug Administration. One is the FDA Patient Representative Program. And that particular program provides an opportunity for the patient voice to be added to the discussion of new and already approved drugs and devices and to policy question issues. The FDA Patient Rep Program is managed by the Advisory Committee Oversight and Management Staff, lovingly known as ACOMS. Again, we love our acronyms. That's within the Office of the Commissioner. And ACOMS coordinates, recruits, and trains and manages the FDA Representative Program, which involves consultants who are patients and primary caregivers. Again, an opportunity to interact and have your voice interjected in the FDA decision-making process. The consultants, should you be selected as a patient representative, provide knowledge and experience in more than 300 diseases and conditions and participate in FDA advisory committee meetings, also panels and in review division assignments. Now, FDA patient representatives provide direct input to the agency's decision-making process. I want to make that very clear. It's a wonderful opportunity. However, we do recruit as needed, depending on which advisory committees are coming up on the docket. And we're currently looking for patients or caregivers with advocacy experience or who have been diagnosed with pediatric inflammatory bowel disease and or opioid use specific to the pediatric space. There are other areas where we're recruiting for patient reps, and you can, again, go to the FDA.gov website and find out specifics about that, but I strongly encourage you to be involved in that. And while you're on the website, please check for information about any upcoming public meetings that are sponsored by the Food and Drug Administration. If you simply put it into the search engine, you will get a long and exhaustive list because we're busy and we like meeting and we want to hear from patients. So it's extremely important that you get involved. And also this friendly reminder. Oftentimes people will come to meetings at the Food and Drug Administration or be involved to ask to participate, but we also want feedback afterwards. You'll find that there is a guide to submitting comments to the FDA if you visit a slightly different website, this one called regulations.gov. So on the regulations.gov website, you can find, read, and comment on FDA draft guidances, which is basically how the agency is seeing a particular issue or policy at the time, a guidance. You'll find other FDA-related documents there as well, but primarily your comments do make a difference and can impact the outcomes of FDA decision-making and regulatory policy. We do pay attention to the information that comes in through regulations.gov and also FDA.gov, but we want you to share your knowledge and your experience and to make your voice heard. Finally, I just want to very briefly talk with you about opportunities for meetings at FDA. If you'd like to have a meeting at FDA, under the Commissioner's Office, we have a patient affairs staff, and my colleagues there are exquisite at triaging information, making sure that the appropriate people hear about it, and we will do the best that we possibly can to address your needs. We can't take every meeting, but we do try. So I do want to encourage you to reach out to our patient affairs staff, and if you need to reach them by email, you can simply send an email to patientaffairs@fda.hhs.gov. One final thing, and that is that if the request specifically has to do with drugs, there is a site, a web page, a form that you can fill out called Request a Meeting on Drugs. And that will specifically go to the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, and my colleagues in the Office of Professional Affairs and Stakeholder Engagement will manage that. The other requests that may have to do with devices or with biologics, patient affairs staff will manage. But all of that information is readily available on the website, and I would be remiss if I didn't encourage you to follow us on Twitter at FDA Oncology. And also, please do follow the FDA Commissioner, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, who is very active in the social media space. I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I encourage you to take this opportunity to really decide as a community what it is you would like the FDA to know in regards to patient engagement and your needs in particular. We're listening. I have colleagues here who I'm sure we will confer afterwards, and I hope it's a wonderful meeting for you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ria. That was great. And she definitely reinforced what I was saying earlier. Take this chance, tell your stories, share the challenges that your children are facing or that you are yourself facing. And they're lending their ear today. So thank you, and thank all of you from the FDA for being here. Next is, I'd like to introduce Christy Knight. Christy's a pediatric audiologist and associate professor in the Department of Pediatrics at Dornbecker Children's Hospital in Portland, Oregon. She's been a member of the Children's Oncology Group Auditory Late Effects Committee since 2008 and has served as a study audiologist for the COG's clinical trials. She's a member of the International Late Effects of Childhood Cancer Guideline Harmonization Group, IGHG. Which is developing international surveillance recommendations for childhood, adolescent, and young adult cancer survivors. Christy's going to offer us a clinical overview of the chemotherapy-induced hearing loss. Christy?
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here to talk about treatment-induced hearing loss in childhood cancer survivors. I don't have any relevant financial relationships or conflicts of interest to disclose. My goals for this talk are to just review the cancer therapies that are potentially ototoxic and can cause hearing loss, to discuss a little bit of the mechanisms of why hearing loss occurs, to summarize the prevalence of hearing loss related to cancer treatment in children, and review the impact of hearing loss, and lastly, discuss the current strategies that we have available for mitigating and managing hearing loss. Certain medications or chemicals are ototoxic, which means they have the potential to cause damage to the inner ear that results in hearing loss, tinnitus, and balance dysfunction. The cancer therapies that are potentially ototoxic are the platinum chemotherapy drugs, cisplatin and carboplatin, and cranial radiation that involves the inner ear. Approximately 1/3 of children with cancer will receive a platinum analog as their first or second-line treatment. In the United States, approximately 5,000 children receive platinum chemotherapy annually. Several pediatric cancers are typically treated with platinum, and these include brain and central nervous system cancers, neuroblastoma, hepatoblastoma, osteosarcoma, germ cell tumor, and retinoblastoma. When we look at all diagnoses and treatment plans combined, approximately 50 to 60% of children treated with cisplatin and 5 to 20% of those treated with carboplatin acquire some degree of irreversible hearing loss. The incidence increases to 80 to 90% in those who receive cisplatin and myeloablative carboplatin. The prevalence of hearing loss from radiation is reported at 10 to 14%, and when a child is treated with cranial radiation and cisplatin, the rate of hearing loss is over 80%. One significant risk factor for treatment-induced ototoxicity is the age at the time of diagnosis and treatment. Children who are 5 years and younger are at 21 times the risk for developing hearing loss compared to adolescents. Other risk factors include the platinum dose, both the individual dose per course and the total dose, having cranial radiation before cisplatin treatment, the use of more than one ototoxic medication during treatment, and genetic differences. The time of onset of the hearing loss is variable, but it can occur as early as the first or second cisplatin cycle. Ototoxicity typically occurs in both ears and is permanent. The hearing loss typically first occurs for the high-frequency sounds, and it increases in degree and spreads to affect lower frequencies as treatment continues. The figure on the right shows serial hearing evaluations in an 8-year-old during treatment for medulloblastoma. The audiogram displays sound frequencies in hertz across the top. And the sound frequencies are low pitch on the left side of the graph, going to high pitches at the right side. And the intensity of sounds is displayed on the vertical axis from very soft levels of sound at the top to loud at the bottom. Each point represents the loudness level that was required for the child to just begin to perceive that sound frequency. And normal hearing is thresholds that are 20 decibels or better. So if all of those marks are at 20 or above 20, that's normal hearing. In this child, high-frequency hearing loss occurred after the second cisplatin cycle at a cumulative dose of 150 milligrams per meter squared, and you can see that it worsened with each subsequent treatment until treatment was completed. The hearing loss from platinum results from damage to the sensory hair cells within the cochlea. Cisplatin and carboplatin enter the cochlear fluids from the blood, and they're taken up by several cells within the inner ear, and it appears that cisplatin is retained in the cochlea for months to years. The fluids inside the inner ear have to maintain an electrical charge, which is called the endocochlear potential, to allow the sensory cells to change sound vibrations into electrical signals that the brain can receive. And platinum impairs the function of the cells that maintain this electrical charge. The cochlear hair cells are permanently damaged by the loss of the endocochlear potential, generation of reactive oxygen species, and antioxidant defense mechanisms are also depleted. And damage begins at the opening of the cochlea or the base where high-frequency sounds are processed, and it progresses towards the end of the cochlea or the apex where low-frequency sounds are encoded. And this is why we see hearing loss starting in the high-frequency range and then progressing to the lower frequencies. And this is an end-of-treatment audiogram that includes letters to show the average frequency and loudness of the speech sounds. And the red circles are a child's hearing levels. The sounds that are below the circles, or the letters below the circles, are sounds that are heard well, while those that are above the circles are sounds that are likely not perceived. We know that children who are in the process of acquiring language require audibility to 8,000 hertz, so across the entire frequency range, to correctly perceive and discriminate the sounds of speech. When the high frequencies are lost, the speech sounds such as F, S, T, K, H, P, and SH are too soft to be heard, and speech becomes difficult to understand, especially when listening to speech from a distance or speech in noise. One thing that we know about children's language development is much of their language development occurs by overhearing the conversations of others, and that requires good distance hearing. As a result of the hearing loss, greater cognitive effort is needed to decode speech. And due to the increased cognitive load, less resources are available for comprehension and memory. Treatment-induced hearing loss can worsen in the years after therapy is completed. Studies have reported progressive hearing loss in 20 to 50% of patients who receive platinum chemotherapy and/or radiation. Hearing loss has possible impacts on learning and cognition. In a group of 137 neuroblastoma survivors who were an average of 11 years post-diagnosis, survivors with hearing loss had twice the rate of parent-reported problems with reading, math, attention, learning disability, or special education needs. The survivors with hearing loss reported poorer quality of life and poorer educational functioning compared to those without hearing loss. In another study of 165 medulloblastoma survivors, 5 years after diagnosis, severe hearing loss was independently associated with declines in cognition and reading ability. There are also long-term potential socioeconomic impacts of treatment-induced hearing loss. In a study of 226 childhood cancer survivors who received cisplatin for non-CNS tumors, those with severe hearing loss were at twice the risk for non-independent living, not graduating from high school, or not being employed compared to survivors without severe hearing loss. The current strategies that we have for mitigating ototoxicity include continuing treatment in spite of worsening hearing loss, as is the case for hepatoblastoma, or having the option to modify or change treatment once hearing loss has occurred to prevent further hearing loss, as is the case for medulloblastoma. This results in the choice between preserving hearing and quality of life versus possible compromise of treatment and chance for cure. Once hearing loss occurs, rehabilitation often includes the use of hearing technology such as hearing aids, remote microphone technology, FM systems, or cochlear implants in the case of severe to profound hearing loss. Treatment for hearing loss is not inexpensive. In the United States, the average cost for a mid-level pair of hearing aids is $4,600, and they have an expected lifespan of 5 to 6 years and may not be covered by insurance. There are also educational supports and modifications that are often recommended, and these include things like seating accommodations, acoustic modifications to the classroom to reduce background noise and reverberation, special education services, tutoring, classroom note takers, and the use of communication strategies such as always facing the student when speaking, getting closer. I'd like to conclude that, the one other thing I wanted to mention is that survivors with hearing loss require regular hearing evaluations to monitor for progression of hearing loss over time. And we also want to ensure that their hearing devices are working optimally since they're relying on them for communication. It's very important that individuals avoid future ototoxic medications if possible, and that they are very cautious about exposure to noise and use hearing protection whenever exposure can't be avoided. Hearing loss is a permanent lifetime disability that in children has ramifications for speech and language development, learning, social development, employment, and lifetime earnings. The current methods for addressing hearing loss are not optimal, and I'm excited that we're in a time when reduction or prevention of treatment-induced hearing loss is a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. I now get to turn the meeting over to James Valentine. James is a associate attorney at Hyman Phelps and McNamara. He assists medical product industry and patient advocacy organizations in a wide range of regulatory matters, including new drug and biologic development and approval issues. James has been central to the transition of the FDA patient-focused drug development program to externally led meetings, having helped with planning of 12 of these meetings and having moderated 11 of those. He's also working on developing novel methodologies for capturing patient experiences and preferences. And he previously worked at the FDA as a patient liaison, where he facilitated patient input in benefit risk decision-making, where, among other things, he helped develop and launch the PFDD initiative. James has been invaluable to our team. As we've been navigating this planning process of the meeting, all of us on the planning committee, this is our first time planning one of these meetings, and we are beyond grateful for his guidance, his passion, and his advocacy. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Kat, for that kind introduction, and thank you to our earlier speakers for helping set the stage for what is really an important day, a day where we're going to be spending the rest of the agenda hearing from all of you, patients, survivors, individuals suffering from chemo-induced hearing loss, and of course, their loved ones, the caretakers that are there, living with them and seeing personally day to day the impacts of hearing loss on daily life. The organizers designed today's meeting specifically to systematically gather your perspectives on chemotherapy-induced hearing loss, again, including the perspectives of caregivers. We are going to explore both your condition as well as your currently available treatment options. As you heard from Ria earlier, your perspective helps inform the context for the assessment of FDA's benefit risk decision-making for new drugs and biologics, and this helps them both during the development of these new products as well as during the review of applications for approval. So not only will FDA officials and other stakeholders be here listening to you today, but also the patient advocacy organizations that are hosting this meeting will be preparing a summary report, which is called a Voice of the Patient report, that will be submitted to the FDA. So that way, those who were not able to join us here in the room today or online will be able to benefit from your input, as well as so that it can be a resource for those who were here today listening. So let's talk a little bit about how we're going to be working together through the rest of this afternoon through the remainder of the agenda. As you'll see, the meeting is organized into two major topics. First, we want to understand your hearing loss experience and how that experience has an impact on your daily life and other concerns and worries that you have related to your hearing loss. The second topic that we want to explore are your current approaches for treating or even preventing hearing loss. And when I refer to treatments, I mean not only actual drug treatments or medical devices such as hearing aids, but other approaches that you might take, accommodations that you might need, other strategies that you employ to help you live with your hearing loss. And then we also want to finish by turning towards the future and hearing about your perspectives on future treatment for hearing loss. For each of these topics, the planning committee has followed in the footsteps of the FDA-led PFDD meetings, as well as many of the externally led PFDD meetings, to put forward a series of ways that we're going to elicit your input, so that way FDA and others can hear from you. First, we're going to start off each of our topics with a panel of patients and caregivers. The purpose of this panel is to set a good foundation for our discussion, and the panel members were selected by the organizing organizations in order to reflect a range of experiences with chemo-induced hearing loss, which we will then broaden in a dialogue that will include the audience both here in the room as well as online. The way that we're going to first build on these panel discussions and engage everyone that's following along today is we have a series of polling questions that you'll have an opportunity to answer here today, and we'll be able to see the results in real time. We will, when we get to our first set of polling questions, which is right around the corner, we will provide you instructions on exactly how to do this using your phones or other electronic devices over the web or by text. And for this and the subsequent discussions, we do ask that only patients and their caregivers respond to those questions. Following the polling questions, we were going to build on both the panel discussion and the responses that we received to those questions with a moderated discussion with all of you, patients and caregivers that are here in the room. I will be asking a series of discussion questions and inviting you to raise your hand and respond. I do ask that when you, if you are called on, to please state your name before answering. That will allow us, as we go back, to develop that voice of the patient report, to be able to follow along in your story as you respond to perhaps a series of different questions throughout the afternoon. And finally, knowing that we have only so much time today, and not everybody that might have wanted to could be here with us in person, we will be sending all registrants instructions for submitting written comments, which will be incorporated into the summary report. So whether you attended here today and had something else that you wanted to add, or you're following along on the web and are only able to answer polling questions, or perhaps you're even viewing this as a recording and you want your voice to be able to be heard, we will be accepting those written comments for 30 days following the meeting. One last thing I'd like to cover before we jump right into it and start hearing from all of you is I want to cover some ground rules. So first and foremost, we are here today to hear from patients and their caregivers, and I truly encourage each and every one of you to actively participate. If you don't speak up today, if you don't provide your comments in some shape, we will not be able to include that in our summary report to the FDA. This is a unique opportunity that we have, and so I hope that you will join in the dialogue, the conversation that we're going to be having, and have your voice be heard. Along those lines, FDA, industry, clinicians, and researchers are also here today, and they're here to listen. So we aren't going to be asking those stakeholders any questions. And for all of you that are fall into any of those categories, I'll ask that you please remain in listening mode and reserve the time that we have to hear from patients and caregivers. As I mentioned, we'll be working through a series of discussion questions. I know that there are many aspects of your or your loved one's lived experience with your cancer, with hearing loss. But what we're asking of you today is that to please stick to the questions that were designed specifically to focus on what is most important for our audience at the agency and in the drug development community. The last ground rule is that views expressed here today are of course personal in nature, and I expect that there will be differences in experiences and perspectives. So we just request that for all of you here today, that you please show the utmost respect for one another, and along those lines, please also, if you're called upon, try to be concise in your remarks, so that way we can hear from as many voices in the room as possible. Lastly, before we move to our polling questions, I do want to say that I know, by the nature of who we have in the room, there are many individuals with hearing loss. I want you to know that if at any time you cannot hear what I say, or you didn't get a chance to see what I said here on this monitor, please at any point raise your hand, flag me down, and do not feel shy to ask me to repeat myself. It's very important that you know what's going on and can follow along, so that way you can contribute. So I would just like to encourage you to not be shy to do that. We're obviously very interested in what you have to say. So with that, let's go into our first set of polling questions. Pull out your cell phones. If you prefer, you can use a tablet or a laptop. And this is for both individuals in the room as well as those that are following along online. So there's two ways that you can respond to the series of polling questions that we have. I'll recommend that regardless of what kind of device you're using, that you follow along using the URL, the website, which is pollev.com/childhood cancer. The reason I prefer this approach to responding is you will actually get to see all of the responses on your screen to allow you to select your responses. However, if you prefer, there's also the opportunity to use text messages, where in the who you'll be sending the text message to, the number is 22333, and in the body of that text message, you can enter childhood cancer. Once you've done that, you will be active as part of this session, and you'll be able to type in the letter responses that correspond to your selections and send those as each question is live, and they will be reflected here. So without further ado, the first question, very easy one. As you can see, the question is geared towards patients or individuals living with chemo-induced hearing loss and their caregivers. So for all of you that are participating, please select that which applies to you, which is, are you a person living with chemo-induced hearing loss or a caregiver of someone living with chemo-induced hearing loss, or are you not sure? We do ask that if you, in some instances, you may be both a individual living with chemo-induced hearing loss that also is the caregiver of someone. In that situation, we ask that you please respond on behalf of yourself as a patient or a person living with chemo-induced hearing loss, both for this question and throughout the rest of the polling questions. And if anyone is having trouble accessing the polling, please raise your hand and someone will come by to help you. Okay. All right. So it looks like a little under 2/3 of you are caregivers of someone living with chemo-induced hearing loss, and then about a quarter of you are individuals living with chemo-induced hearing loss. About 10% of you are unsure. Can we go to the next question? Okay, so this question is, please provide your age, or if you are a caregiver, the age of your affected family member, and please select one. And so this is the current age of either yourself, if you're an individual with hearing loss, or if you are a caregiver, the individual that you care for with hearing loss. So I'll give you a few more seconds to get in your responses. It looks like we have a nice bell curve developing here with the largest number of you representing individuals with hearing loss that are aged 13 to 18, and then kind of going in each direction. 19 to 25 and 9 to 12 years old is our next most represented age ranges, followed by 4 to 8 years and 26 to 35 years. We do have some representation from individuals that are age 0 to 3, 46 to 55, and older than 55. And it doesn't look like we have anyone represented in the 36 to 45 year age range. We can go to our next question. All right, and this is to give us a sense of where all of our participants are from. Where do you currently reside? A, the Eastern Standard Time Zone. B, the Central Standard Time Zone. C, Mountain. D, Pacific. E, Canada. F, Mexico. Or G, if you're outside of North America. Perhaps not surprisingly, given the location of the meeting, we have the greatest representation, nearly half, or now a little over half of you from the Eastern Time Zone. But we do have representation from each of the other U.S. time zones. We have some representatives from Canada and from outside of the U.S. It looks like no representation from Mexico. Next question. Okay, give us a sense of where you live. Do you live in A, a city, B, a rural area, or C, a suburban area? It looks like just over half of you are suburbanites, and the remainder of you are split pretty closely between being city dwellers or from rural areas. Can we go to our next question? Okay, so this question is, what is the age that you or your affected family member first received chemotherapy? Results are trickling in. I think we have probably a few more still coming in, but I think what's obvious is that about half of you first received chemotherapy between the ages of 0 and 3 years old. Nearly a quarter of you between the ages 4 and 8. About a fifth of you ages 9 to 12. Some of you aged 13 through 25. But nobody first received chemotherapy age 25 and older. And our final demographic polling question is, please provide the number of years that you or your loved one have been living with hearing loss. And so A, if you or your loved one are currently on chemotherapy and have not yet experienced hearing loss, or please provide the number of years that you or your loved one have received or have been living with hearing loss, anywhere from 1 to 5 to more than 35 years. So, although it's a small representation, for those of you that are currently on chemotherapy but have not yet experienced hearing loss, I would if you're here in the room, I would encourage you to please participate in this conversation. While you may not have yet experienced the burdens of hearing loss itself, you may have worries or concerns related to hearing loss, and those are very important for us to hear as part of today's dialogue. Outside of that group, it looks like primarily it's been in the last 1 to 5 years that you or your loved one have been started experiencing hearing loss. We have seems like pretty good, close to equal representation across the other groups, except for those 26 to 35, which we have some representation, and more than 35 years living with hearing loss, no representation. Okay, so now we get into the more of the substantive questions that we have for you, and we're going to move into our first topic, which is living with hearing loss. So I'll invite our panel 1 panelists up to the stage. So in topic 1, with our panel discussion as well as the subsequent polling and audience discussion that all of you will have the chance to participate in, we're going to explore the symptoms, health effects, and burdens on daily life that are a result of living with chemotherapy-induced hearing loss. Not only are we interested in knowing what those impacts are, but also how those impacts affect your activities in daily life and your quality of life. We want to know how those impacts might vary, either have varied over time, or even how those impacts might vary day to day, week to week, month to month. Also, not only are we interested in knowing those direct impacts, some of those more daily impacts, but also we want to know how your current experiences affect your concerns and worries about the future living with hearing loss. So, we have a wonderful panel here to kick off our conversation. We have Carolyn, Jeanette, Courtney, Josh, and Mindy. I think we have Josh, Courtney, and then Mindy. But our panel here today, they will be sharing their personal experiences as patients and caregivers with chemo-induced hearing loss. So, Carolyn, take it away.
Oh, yay. Okay. Make sure everyone can hear me. Hi, my name is Carolyn Coveney. I was diagnosed with stage 4 neuroblastoma when I was 4.5 years old. I don't remember a lot of my treatment, but I live with the side effects of it every day. Since age 7, one of them has been profound high-frequency hearing loss, which is a result of having cisplatin and carboplatin chemotherapies. By the time I started losing my hearing, I was 5 years old. My mom says I had a big vocabulary by then, and my speech was well developed, so that was a good thing. On the other hand, sometimes it's a bad thing for the same reason. Because my speech was so well developed, hearing loss hasn't really changed the way I speak or pronounce words, so a lot of times people don't realize that I have a profound hearing impairment. In school, I always needed to sit in the front of the class. You've all been in school. How many third graders come in and say, I want to sit right in the front? Cool kids don't sit in the front. Nerds sit in the front. I was in 3rd grade. I had like a little bit of a chance of being cool. Obviously, that didn't work out, but you know. When we had assemblies, I had to sit with my class, and if my class sat in the back, I sat in the back. And I had no idea what was going on, because although I knew people were talking, I had no idea what they were saying. When we went back to class to talk about the assemblies, I would get in trouble for not paying attention. It wasn't that I wasn't paying attention, it was that I couldn't hear what they were saying. Unless it was boring, in which case I didn't pay attention. As I got older, I didn't attend parties or large events because I couldn't hear what was going on. All of the sounds blend together and become white noise. For example, my friend's Sweet 16 was at a cafe. The music was really loud on the 1st floor, so I went upstairs. Even 1 floor away, it was still too loud for me. I tried to have conversations with people, but I had to spend so much energy focusing on their face and trying to figure out what they were saying that after 3 conversations, I went and sat in the corner, exhausted from having to focus so hard. I also don't go to parties or events because I don't want my friends to have to take care of me in crowded situations, because obviously that can't be much fun. Logically, I understand that my friends want to help me and include me, but the fact that I need so much help just to have a normal conversation makes me feel like more of a problem than a person. It's not just large group events. I also don't like activities with smaller groups of 5 to 6 people because it's hard to follow what everyone is saying. I feel like I'm a burden to others if I have to ask them to repeat things for me. I can't contribute to the group conversation because I'm not sure I'm hearing things correctly, so what I do say might not be relevant to the conversation, and I don't want to embarrass myself. This is especially true if it's a group of people I don't know very well. In those situations, I just sit there quietly. Other activities are limited by my hearing loss as well. Watching TV, one of the easiest things to do, is hard because sometimes I don't always hear what's happening. I like to stream things so I can pause and go back to figure out what's going on. This is another situation in which I feel like more of a problem because I either have to rewind and watch something again or ask someone to explain what's happening. I also just miss out on things. One of my favorite shows is Doctor Who on the BBC. After watching about 5 seasons of it, I convinced my mom to watch it with me. When the doctor pulled out the sonic screwdriver, my mom said something about the noise it made, and I had no idea what she was talking about. I had watched probably 50 episodes of it, and I never knew that the sonic screwdriver made a noise. Things get worse when I can't pause or go back. I had seen trailers for a movie called The Zookeeper's Wife, and I'd really look forward to seeing it. However, since it was set in Poland during World War II, after about 10 minutes, I realized I had no idea what anyone was saying because of their accents. I spent the rest of the movie counting the lights in the ceiling and deciding if the curtains on the wall were crimson or more of a deep burgundy. I'll get back to you on that. My hearing loss makes me nervous 24/7. It's worse when I'm in situations in which I can't hear what's going on around me. For example, when I was a counselor at the Smithsonian summer camps, My mom and I made the commute on a Sunday so I could map it out and know the number of stops before my destination because the quality of public transportation announcements are really bad. Even when I'm at home, I'm always nervous. I have a somewhat irrational fear of crickets. Every time I walk into a room in my house, I stop and scan the room for crickets. We don't even have a cricket problem. It just makes me anxious because I can't hear them. It's hard to pick one thing that worries me the most about my hearing loss. One day, it might be missing out on something other people my age are doing. Another day, it might be taking the metro someplace I've never been before because I can't understand the announcements and I'm afraid of missing my stop. Another day, it might be going into a large classroom or event where I feel unsure of what's going on because I can't really hear someone speaking if they're not directly in front of me. Overall, I guess my biggest worry about my hearing is that it just makes my world so much smaller. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Lamberti, and I am the mom of Jason, who is 15 years old and is a survivor of stage 4 neuroblastoma. I'm grateful to share our story here today. When asked about what the most significant impact hearing loss has had on Jason, I immediately thought of his education. But as I thought about it, I came to the conclusion that it's this social experience that has had the greatest impact on his life, almost as much as cancer has. Jason was 2.5 when I knew he couldn't hear me. It was 10 months into cancer treatment and he was watching TV. I thought at first he was distracted, but he was looking right at me and his face was all scrunched up, but his eyes were wide. He was trying to understand me, but he couldn't. He did this over and over again when he was very young, well before he learned how to read lips. I will never forget that look. Back then, the magnitude and life-changing side effect of chemotherapy was beyond what I could have imagined. He was still very sick, and we had a long road ahead of us to even survive. His first hearing test was a nightmare. His diagnosis was severe to profound high-frequency hearing loss, which would require hearing aids. He got his first hearing aids a little over a year after being diagnosed with cancer. He went from having normal hearing at 18 months old to having severe to profound loss at 2.5. How could this be? Wearing hearing aids has been awful for Jason from the very beginning. His ears hurt, he had headaches all the time, and he couldn't express to me how uncomfortable he really was. He was edgy and jumpy. He heard every noise, air conditioner, or dog barking down the street when he wore his hearing aids. It was so difficult for him to tune things out. Even with the best hearing aid technology, he still had to work so hard to hear. Teachers and therapists would often comment that Jason was distracted and not focused. He wasn't distracting or lacking focus at all. In fact, he was super focused and constantly trying to figure out what was going on around him. He would often lose or break the hearing aids, and he was very happy when we couldn't find them and enjoyed, and still does, taking them out to block out life noises. School was tough. His teachers were given a microphone and transmitter, which allowed them to talk directly into the hearing aids. It helped him to focus on the teacher rather than everything else going on around him. But many teachers would forget to turn off their microphone, and Jason would hear conversations with other students, teachers, or even the teacher in the bathroom. Jason struggled in school, but he never gave up, and neither did I. He had many services, hearing education teachers, speech, and an amazing oral transliterator who still takes notes for him and prompts him in class. He's smart and witty, and he's acquired a great vocabulary. But it is hard as a parent to see him struggle every single day. As a young kid, Jason was very outgoing, social, fearless, and funny. But as he got older, his nature changed. He became shy, afraid to make mistakes in school, as well as with peers. He didn't participate in class. It was frustrating for him and for me as a parent to see how miscommunication with hearing loss can become ugly. Many times I wanted to scream that he was hearing impaired and that's why he wasn't listening or following an instruction. It's hard even now to write about this time in his life. Not only was school frustrating, but sports, which should be a happy place for many boys, was also a struggle. Baseball has always been a passion for Jason. He was a toddler when he was diagnosed, and I believe that we spent the next 2.5 years of treatment throwing a ball or whatever we could find back and forth to pass the time when he couldn't eat or to distract him from pain. He learned to slide head first up and down the halls of Sloan Kettering, and he knew how to slide so that a Mediport in his chest, used for chemo, was the shoulder he kept off the ground. Everyone would watch him and hold their breath, especially me. He began his love of all things Mets during that time and even met his favorite player, Mike Piazza. He couldn't get enough baseball. He was unafraid. He would slide and run even though cancer treatment had made him weak and off balance. I had tears watching him. I thought T-ball, Little League, high school baseball, college, and who knows, maybe the major leagues were in his future. He was beating the dismal odds of neuroblastoma. He could conquer the world. Besides, the Mets would need a great catcher or third baseman when his idols retired. His talent increased and increased as he got stronger, and it took a long time, but with much therapy and a never-give-up attitude. He was a strong little boy after cancer. As a little leaguer, his love and willingness for playing the game changed significantly, though. He was frustrated with hearing aids. He couldn't hear much with a batting helmet on or from the outfield if that's where he was playing. He struggled with coaches and teammates to process what they were saying. A few times, teams he was on had kids that he knew, and that made it easier because he could rely on them to help if he needed it. The coaches talked a lot, and sometimes were talking all at once. If a coach knew about his hearing loss, it made no difference in how they coached. They just didn't get it. Over time, he lost interest, not for the game, but playing on a team or any team for that matter. It was too frustrating for him. I spent many days catching and throwing with him, thinking, sadly, how could he be so amazing and we can't find a place where he could do this on a team? Believe me, I tried, and he tried again and again. He gave up in the 5th grade. He took a long break from baseball, and finally in 8th grade, he found himself an intramural team, and he was the catcher, and my heart soared. High school started last year. He didn't make the team, but he said the coach is asking him if he's going to try again this year. He said he will try again. The focus of our lives was always to cure the cancer, whatever it took, live with side effects, and be grateful. And we are grateful for all of it. But if I had known the magnitude of how Jason's life would be affected by his hearing loss, I certainly would have opted for a treatment that included a preventative component. Watching my child continue to struggle after beating cancer all these years has taken its toll. I hope Jason's story will help to see the real issues that our cancer kids with hearing loss face every day. It could be so much better. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joshua Hoffmeister, and I'm 21 years old, and I'm a survivor of neuroblastoma cancer. I've been living with chemo-induced hearing loss for almost 20 years, and I've been asked to come before you today to bring my experience and insight of living with such. So, a tiny bit of background about me. I have no recollection of my time having cancer or my time before. So, my hearing from the first point I can remember up until now is what I consider quote-unquote normal. What others consider my normal sense of hearing is called profound hearing loss. And honestly, that was a difficult concept for me to grasp at first. Knowing that everybody had more than me, but not being able to compare that to anything. As I grew up, I began to notice where my hearing was lacking in social circumstances and how I could sort of overcome or compensate for my loss of hearing. So what I'd like to discuss with you are 2 major techniques that I use today and have been using since probably the age of 4 years old. One major one is lip reading. Growing up, you watch a lot of cartoons, and you sort of start to unravel how the mystery of linking, speaking, and somebody's lips moving. So you sort of start to understand the movement of vowels and, like shown before, the higher frequency letters like K, T, S, P. Now everybody's different, everybody talks differently, but the science still will transfer from person to person. So that allows me to effectively sort of piece together what you're trying to say to me, even though I can't physically hear it. Another technique that I use is body language. Now, for an example, if you're trying to console somebody in a serious situation, it's kind of weird being a person with hearing loss. You can't just ask in the middle of somebody crying, could you repeat that? That's not socially acceptable. So you kind of say comforting things that will help them, but in the back of your mind, you're really just wondering, all right, what's going on with this person? Because, if you ask later, your girlfriend's going to be like, oh, well, why weren't you listening to me? So going from the techniques that I learned, let's move on to the challenges that I have to deal with day in and day out. Most challenges you notice right off the back. Oh, well, he can't hear. That's pretty obvious. But there's a couple of things that being a person with hearing loss, you can't simply control. So I call that the variable factor. That being, if I'm speaking to somebody based on my environment, if I'm in a loud area like a cafeteria or a concert, or versus being in my car, I sort of have to adapt to the environment and try to figure out what will work best for me, even if I've never been there before. Now, I had said cars specifically because there's a couple of different things with driving a car and dealing with hearing loss that sort of creates an anxiety and paranoia for you. When you're driving a car, it has happened to me before where you have an ambulance going by and you're the only person in front of the ambulance until it's 5 feet behind you. Everybody else looking around on the highway you aren't going to have a bumper sticker that says, I'm deaf. So everybody's going to kind of look at you like, all right, what's this guy doing? He's just holding everything up. That's one thing that you have to deal with. Another difficult challenge is when I begin a conversation with somebody who I have never met, being a first impression, I will either be, like when I talked into the mic, too loud or too quiet, and I'll mumble. Which, when you're making a first impression, can be very difficult. You sort of come off as obnoxious or shy, which I seem to be neither of. Another difficulty that I have to deal with is when you're not really paying attention, not everybody understands that when you have hearing loss, you have to focus a lot in order just to even get the most simplistic sentences to make sense. So if you're just hanging around with your buddies and not anything serious is going on, somebody just says, oh, you want to grab a beer? Next thing you know that comes out of my mouth is a weird response because I heard, oh, you want to go here? Sometimes you have to use common sense, but that's not always the first thing that comes to a young kid's mind. So you kind of just say whatever weird response comes, and usually when you're not with friends, it will be awkward and very strange. When you're with friends, they'll kind of just laugh it off and repeat the question, and you just figure out what you're going to do. This was mostly my speech, but what I had not written and what I do want to talk to everybody about is I have my mother here who's going to be speaking. Now, my mother and my father are two completely different people, which is why they got divorced. But growing up and dealing with two completely different parents, they both reacted to my hearing loss in completely different ways. My mother was very helpful. She's here today. She's going to give her own speech. My dad, quite the opposite. He is more in denial of everything that happened, wanted to treat me like a normal human being, which I'm fully understanding of. I'm 21 years old. I've taken the time to realize what both of them try to do, and they're both great people, and they try to do the best they can. But having to deal with a father who was in denial of my hearing loss was very difficult growing up. And just like everybody else, sometimes you just got to make up your own mind and not listen to your parents. But that was also something I felt that I should take the time to share with you today, is that, you know, everybody grows up and they have to deal with those types of problems. But when you have hearing loss, you also have additional problems that you have to deal with in just a normal stance of growing up. So, with that being said, thank you everybody for giving me the chance to speak today, and I hope that my insight brings you clarity to the struggles that I endure every day, and hopefully together we can prevent this from happening to future generations. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. My name is Courtney Mendeville. I'm 34 years old, and I currently work as a senior product manager for a healthcare company in Silicon Valley. When I was just 6 weeks old, I was diagnosed with neuroblastoma, which is cancer found in the nerve tissue. The treatment I received included multiple surgeries, numerous rounds of chemotherapy, full body radiation, extended hospital stays, a relapse diagnosis, countless blood transfusions, and many other therapies. After 4 years of intense treatment, I was declared cancer-free. While the cancer was hopefully in my past, the journey of being a childhood cancer survivor was just beginning. During my treatment, there was never any talk of long-term effects from the treatment I was receiving. In the 1980s, when I was treated, there was very little information known about side effects from treatments. And even if they did know the side effects from treatments, there was very few treatment options available. Since I was declared cancer-free almost 30 years ago, I have endured many long-term effects from treatments. I have undergone a half hysterectomy to remove a secondary benign tumor, encountered 3 emergency surgeries for intestine obstructions. I have spent my elementary years catheterizing my bladder 6 times a day, experienced growth and muscle development challenges, and I faced many fertility issues, just to name a few. I am still closely monitored for secondary cancers and heart issues that I am at high risk for from the treatment that I received. One of the most impactful long-term effects that affects me each and every day is my profound hearing loss as a result of the chemotherapy I received as a child. My first memory of noticing I was different was in 2nd grade when the hearing test mobile came to my elementary school. We had all lined up excited to get a cookie and a sticker after the test was completed. After my test, I was taken aside and asked multiple questions, such as, had I ever seen an ear doctor? Had anyone ever told me that I had a hearing loss? And a few others. They handed me a slip of paper that I would take home to my parents, recommending I see an audiologist and be further tested. Shortly after, I was diagnosed with hearing loss in both ears. This diagnosis would not be connected to chemotherapy treatment until years later when I was in high school. At the time, the audiologist gave us no options to reverse the problem or a solution to increase my hearing abilities. In the years following the diagnosis, I was placed in speech therapy during middle school, where I was taken out of my class an hour each day to practice my sounds. It wasn't until the 8th grade when a physician finally told me that the speech therapy wouldn't help me since I couldn't even pronounce the sounds that I couldn't hear. My hearing loss was causing me to have a speech impediment. It was extremely frustrating to know my speech impediment was connected to my hearing loss with no treatment options available at the time. My friends and peers would always comment on it, sometimes make fun of it, but it always made me feel different. Sometimes people would think I had a learning disability or would associate my speech impediment with other challenges. Dealing with any kind of medical challenge in adolescence is extremely difficult, and feeling different from your peers can be very isolating, and that you always carry with you. After graduating from college and entering the professional world, I began to really understand the difficulties to having a profound hearing loss. During my first job, I soon realized that I was constantly asking my boss to repeat himself, missing important details from conversations, and at times even avoiding conversations altogether. My hearing loss was affecting my performance and finally had to let my boss know about my situation and that our interactions needed to be modified. He was extremely accommodating and would often email me first before discussions. We set up video conferencing for the office, this was before Skype, so that I could see our clients during conversations to read their lips since it was extremely difficult for me to understand conversations over the phone. He really helped to build my confidence, which would be instrumental in communicating with future bosses and colleagues. Because of my hearing loss, I cannot understand what someone is saying if they have their back towards me, if there's a lot of noise around, or if they have a strong accent. I also cannot hear any high-pitched sounds such as watch alarms or carbon monoxide alarms. I have never enjoyed watching movies since I can't hear the dialogue without subtitles. And I have never been able to recall song lyrics since the words all seem to run together. Growing up, I didn't realize how much I relied on reading lips to get by and how much that affected my hobbies, entertainment, and the world around me. Aside from my family being very aware of my hearing loss, most everyone around me has accepted and adjusted to communicating with me. My friends, my boyfriend, and colleagues are always mindful to look at me when they are speaking, not to talk to me from another room, and find less noisy restaurants and places to meet at, and so on. As I think about the future, I often worry if my hearing loss will continue to get worse and what new challenges I may face. My hope is that children who are faced with cancer treatments in the future will have better options to avoid these long-term effects. I am so grateful to stand before all of you today, cancer-free, and advocating for better treatment to enhance the quality of life for children with cancer. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mindy Dykes, and I'm from a little town in western Wisconsin. My son Connor was rushed to an emergency room when he was only 6 weeks old. A CT scan discovered a mass that took up his entire left hemisphere, the size of my husband's fist, and he was prepped for emergency brain surgery. Days later, Connor was diagnosed with congenital glioblastoma multiforme stage 4. Our care team had an aggressive plan to treat him with 6 rounds of inpatient chemotherapy, outpatient chemotherapy, and a stem cell harvest and a bone marrow transplant. We were warned of all the possible side effects of treatment, one of those possibilities being hearing loss. We said yes to life-threatening treatments for a chance to save our son's life. Connor is now 11 years old and trying to navigate 6th grade. He suffers from many late effects from his treatments. Some of them are partial blindness, refractory epilepsy, and extreme hearing loss. Connor was tested in many areas to mark baselines before his aggressive treatment. At that time, he had no signs or indications of hearing loss. 1.5 years post-recovery from his bone marrow transplant, his hearing was tested again. I will never forget the day that I watched through the window as our son began to miss the hearing clues that he was being given. My heart shattered. He couldn't hear. Little did I know that this was just the beginning of the challenges he and those around him would face in the world of hearing loss. I'd like to share with you some examples of his struggles. Connor can hear lower frequencies. This means that he can hear my husband's voice better than mine. There was a night that I had burnt something in the oven. Connor had already been put to bed. The fire alarm went off. Connor did not startle. Connor did not wake. The alarm was armed with a female voice. He could not hear it. Approximately 76% of public school teachers are female, thus resulting in higher pitched voices, creating a challenging learning environment for Connor. He has expressed his frustration at school. He gets embarrassed because he can't pronounce words like his peers. He tears up when asked to read aloud in class. He has shared with me on numerous occasions that when he is corrected on a pronunciation of a word, he feels like an idiot. When around anyone else in the room, he will whisper in my ear what he wants to be communicated or asked. He's too afraid to speak for himself. We've had some laughs along the way, too, like the time I told him to put his plate in the dishwasher. He stared at me in confusion and asked why I wanted him to put his face in the dishwasher. He has gotten wiser with age. He knows he's different. He asked me last year why his sister and I didn't need hearing aids like he. It was then that I explained to him about the medicine that saved his life but took his hearing. He responds slowly when asked questions. Not everyone is kind and patient. Connor has already been the target of bullying. Connor's hearing loss affects him every moment of every day, as well as our entire family. Crowds drain his energy, the noise overwhelms him. We are constantly weighing out to take the adventure over his endurance, his quality of life over our quality family time. His big sister plays volleyball and has lived her whole life in the shadow of Connor. Spending an hour in a gymnasium is exhausting for him and results in tears, irritability, raising his voice. I hate having to choose between a Connor meltdown day or watching my daughter play volleyball. He's never been on a team or even wants to try. He complains of being lonely. For being a popular kid at school, not many ask him over for playtime. I worry more each day about how to best advocate for him, for his own independence, and how to still keep him safe. Most importantly, how to keep his spirit renewed and to grow his feeling of belonging. Connor is an intelligent, caring, and kind young man whose spark is fading. That is devastating not only for me as his mom, but for those who will never get to see him become all that he is truly capable of. You have the ability to change that. Your time today means the world to me. Thank you.
Each of these panelists had to be very brave to get up here and share their voices first. So let's give the whole panel another round of applause. I'll say that again because we can't give them enough rounds of applause, but sorry for the mic not being on. Just wanted to comment on how brave it was of these individuals to share their stories first. So let's give them yet another round of applause. Okay, so now we are moving into the next portion of topic 1, focusing on understanding the impacts and burdens of chemotherapy-induced hearing loss on daily life. And so we're going to now broaden the discussion to the audience through another set of polling questions. So we can go to our first topic 1, panel 1 polling question. All right, so for all of our patients and caregivers, please respond with what is the most severe level of hearing loss you suffer at any frequency range? And your options here are normal, A, normal, B, mild, C, moderate, D, moderately severe, E, severe, or F, profound. And again, this is what is the most severe level of hearing loss you suffer at any frequency range. Give you a few more moments to get your response in. At the moment, it looks like the greatest experience that those of you participating today have is with the severity level of hearing loss being profound at any frequency range. After that, it looks like about a quarter of you have moderately severe hearing loss. About a fifth, a little over a fifth, moderate. We have just under 15% with severe, and we also have some representation from those with normal hearing and mild hearing loss. We can go to our second question. So this is our first question where you have the option of selecting multiple responses. So please select the top 3 of the following hearing loss related issues by their impact on you or your family members' daily quality of life. And so your options are A, speech development, B, ability to communicate, C, learning and school challenges, D, emotional and behavioral problems, E, participation in sports or other extracurricular activities, F, ability to socialize or social anxiety, G, depression, or I, other. So please select the top 3 of the following hearing loss related issues by their impact on you or your family members' daily quality of life. Looks like there may be an issue with them coming in, given the number of results.
Move the top 3 choices to the top using the arrows.
Oh. So on this, the way that it works, if you're following along on the URL or the web browser, is you actually are organizing these. So you'll be able to move them up and down using the arrows to put them in order. So it is no longer limited to the top 3. My apologies for that mistake. You will actually be ranking each of these using the arrows. Yes. Oh, question. That is a good question. So I have not experienced this type of question with the texting before. You cannot do this with the texting question. So unfortunately, if you are following along via text, this is one question you would not be able to answer. Okay. Just give you a few more moments. I know asking you to prioritize a lot of things here on this single question in terms of ranking these, in terms of the impact on you or your family members' daily quality of life. Okay. So it looks like as any final responses are trickling in, as it stands, collectively, you've ranked the ability to socialize and social anxiety as the number 1 impact. After that, it looks like you've ranked learning and school challenges as the thing that is impacted the second most, followed by ability to communicate, emotional or behavioral problems, participation in sports or other activities following that. Number 6 being speech development, 7th, depression, and 8th, some other issue as a result of hearing loss that has had an impact on your daily quality of life. And so as we move into the audience discussion following this, would very much like to know some of the reasoning behind why you ranked each of these different things in the position that you did, in terms of what has the most burden on your daily quality of life. If we can go to our next question. Okay, so now we're going to ask you to select the single most important thing that you or your affected family member used to do, or maybe were never able to do, that you now can't do as well or at all because of your hearing loss. So again, please select the thing that single most important thing that you or your affected family member used to be able to do, or perhaps were never able to do, that they or you now can't do at all, or do as well because of your hearing loss. Your response options are A, participate in sports or extracurricular activities, B, do well in school, C, communicate with friends or participate in social activities, D, find a job, E, perform well at a job or work, F, take care of a family member, or G, some other thing that you or your family member either used to be able to do or were never able to do that you can't do as well now because of hearing loss? Okay. So I'll give you a few more moments to get in your response to this question. It looks like as it stands, C, communicating with friends and participating in school is the single most important thing that you used to be able to do or maybe were never able to do that you can't do now because of your hearing loss. After that, it looks like just over a fifth of you rated doing well in school as the single most important thing. Several of you, many of you, selected other. So definitely during the audience discussion, if you're one of those people, please raise your hand and let us know what you selected. And then the fourth most important single thing being participating in sports or extracurricular activities. No one selected finding a job, performing well at a job or work, or taking care of a family member as being the single most important thing that has been affected by hearing loss. We can go to our next question. So our fourth question is, how has the impact of you or your loved one's hearing loss changed over time? So you want to know, A, has the impact gotten greater or affected additional areas of your life over time? This could be at home, school, work, or with friendships. Has the impact of your hearing loss remained the same over time? Has the impact lessened over time? Or are you not sure if the impact has changed over time? Again, give you a few more moments to get your responses into this question. Right now, the impact, the experience that's most represented with over 2/3 of you reporting that the impacts of your hearing loss have gotten greater over time, or they've affected additional areas of your life more over time. About a fifth of you have reported that the impact has remained the same over time. And there's some of you that are not sure if it has changed over time, but no one has reported that the impact of the hearing loss has lessened over time. Can we go to the last of our Topic 1 polling questions? All right, so our final Topic 1 polling question on the impact of the disease is please select, please rank the following hearing loss related issues by how much they worry you or your loved one. So this will be another one of those ranking questions where we ask you to use the arrows to move up and down each of these things. So the options are academic success, finding a job or career success, ability to live independently, lack of social interaction, physical safety from not being able to hear adequately, long-term mental and emotional health, that things will get worse, or other. Please rank those in terms of how much they worry you or your loved one. We'll give you a few more moments. I know there's a lot of things, again, here to rank. Okay. So continue to submit your responses if you haven't yet. At this point, the number one thing, they're switching, so maybe I did jump the gun there for a second. It must be very neck and neck there between number 1 and 2. So we're ranking here how much these various things worry you or your loved one, and these are worries related to your hearing loss. And so currently, number one is long-term mental and emotional health. The second most greatest worry is that the hearing loss will get worse. And man, there we go. And I knew it was neck and neck, tied in first. So then we have third, lack of social interaction being your greatest worry. Fourth being academic success. Fifth being physical safety from not being able to hear adequately. Sixth being the ability to live independently. Seventh being the worry of finding a job or having career success. And eighth being some other worry related to your hearing loss. So thank you all very much for participating in those polling questions. We are now going to move into the third part of our topic one discussion, building on, keep going, there we go. Building on the great panel testimonies that we heard, as well as the polling questions that you've just answered. We got to see that there was quite a range of different individuals being represented here in the room in terms of when you first were treated with chemotherapy, how long you've been living with hearing loss, but also in these topic one questions, we got to see that there was actually a fair range of experiences with different amount of hearing loss, and in daily life that the impacts are very large, crossing a whole range of different activities in daily life and aspects of quality of life. So the first thing I want to do is pose a question to the room. And again, if you have a response, just raise your hand. We've got two lovely mic runners who will bring you a mic, state your name, and give your response. But our first question is very broad. We want to make sure that, although we had this wonderful panel that represented a lot of views, that if there are any experiences with hearing loss, impacts, for example, in school or at work, that you have any stories that you might be able to tell us that exemplify how your hearing loss has most impacted you, that's what we want to start out with and hear from you first. So is there anybody that would like to start the conversation, sharing an experience that you've had in your daily life? It doesn't need to be limited to just at work or at school, but really in any aspect that to you exemplifies the most important burden of living with hearing loss on you personally. So we've got a hand right here. We'll start.
My name is Melinda Freeman, and my son, Justin Freeman, was diagnosed the first week of January 2016 with medulloblastoma. He was age 12 and a half at the time. His birthday, he'll turn 15 next week. He went through 10 months of chemotherapy and radiation, cranial radiation. His hearing loss at this time is actually mild to moderate, which you would think, wow, that's awesome. I'm here because this is the single reason that he says, I wish the cancer had killed me. He has been so isolated because of the hearing loss. He's moved into middle school, but we had to completely move residents into a new school system because of the cancer and because of the need to be closer to treatment. And for the long-term effects that are ongoing, we're only 2.5 years out. This is just, or 2.5 years since diagnosis, this is just beginning for us. Mm-hmm. He has really struggled at school with making friends because they don't know where he's come from. He doesn't want to tell them that he's a cancer survivor. He wants to be normal. He wants to be a normal 14, almost 15-year-old. And he can't be. He can't hear what they're saying. He sees them walking down the halls, laughing and talking to each other, and he can't join in. This has been, if anyone had told me it would be the hearing loss, because oncology, we'll have a wonderful oncology team. I have a wonderful school system education team that are doing everything. Academically, he's soaring. We're still doing fine. But he thinks that the life that we gave him by saving his life isn't worth it right now. And I know we're still close out, and I know that could change. But I've got to get him through this part, and I'm worried about that. It doesn't seem like a life or death issue, but it really is to these kids, especially where they are. And I really want that to come across today, that just because we managed to beat the tumor this time does not mean that what we've given him was anything like what he would have liked to have had from this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you. And if you don't mind, I have a follow-up question for you. So you're, how, I guess, yeah, do you mind describing for us a little bit of, how, you said the social isolation has really been the impact that has had the greatest negative effect on your son.
Yes.
But then you also started to alluding to this life or death issue. Do you mind telling us at all, how long has your son been, feeling depressed or having psychological, emotional impacts related to the social isolation or social anxiety?
It was difficult in treatment because we had to move, so we didn't have a community to pull from. But we developed that. But even with that, I would say probably by the end of treatment, we were having to put him on antidepressants. And I hope that would get better over time. We have him in counseling. He's very verbal. He'll tell you how he's feeling, but it's not getting any better. And we're only 2 years out right now. I don't know how long it's going to take to get better. And I cannot watch him every moment of the day. He's going to be 15. This is a severe issue that's affecting him in a way that I would have never imagined. And like I said, I want to reemphasize, he only has mild to moderate high frequency. Half the time he can somewhat function without anyone ever knowing he has any hearing loss without the hearing aids, because he'll take them off as soon as he leaves home. He's still, in the eyes of the community, in the eyes of the medical community, he's still very functional and operational. So I don't feel like we can get the help and the support we need.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay. Who else would like to share an example or a story in their daily life that exemplifies how hearing loss impacts you or your loved one? Yes, right here.
Hi, so my name is Ann Puipain. This is my son, Jaden. And so I just kind of wanted to piggyback on her story, which made me want to speak up because it is very severe. And I'm kind of, we're all in the same boat because Jaden himself was diagnosed at 12 with medulloblastoma, and he just turned 15 in January, so he's going on 16. So I understand exactly where you're coming from. A lot of it, beyond the symptoms that cancer and treatment and everything just causes, the hearing loss is an issue. It's a major issue. He's talked about the same feelings of depression, not having friends, or his friends that were his friends are no longer his friends and surpassing him. He was going to school, starting high school, partial days, and even that became a big challenge because teachers couldn't even understand and didn't sympathize in the fact of the ongoing effects because they hear, oh, he's over, chemo and radiation, boom, you should be back to normal. No, you should not be back to normal, and they don't understand that. So always getting called in about his attendance and what we can do as parents to help him, when teachers should be more understanding and compassionate of the situation that he can't hear when they're talking. Jaden has complained about when they have group events, the children are talking, and with his hearing aids, like what they were talking about up front in the panel, everything just sounds like a congested mess. And the students will acknowledge him and just say, hey, did you not hear what we said? Do you not, are you not partaking in group events? And he's saying there's just too many of you guys talking at once. It's a big blur. So at this moment, best for him, we had to start him with online homeschooling because I don't know about other treatments. Luckily, with his hearing aids, he has Bluetooth. So a lot of it can just focus strictly, like just right in his ear, and he can drown everything else out. But on that note, I just want to say a lot of this hearing stuff, we're totally on the same boat. I understand exactly where you're coming from. It is a huge issue, and he does feel very just kind of lonely, in a sense, in that perspective.
And Anne, when you said that he's friends that were his friends are no longer his friends, he's become very lonely. Has this been, and there probably are many causes of this, but in your conversations, what about the hearing loss has driven this? Is it the difficulty in participating in those large group settings? Is it being withdrawn from school, partial day, now going to homeschooling? What aspect has really driven that social isolation?
It's just being in a sense of, I want to say just they're normal teenagers. They're growing ahead of him. They laugh, they play, they socialize, they're in group activities. This is something he cannot do. Stress that he cannot understand a lot of what's happening. He can't understand just socializing in classes to discuss subject matters and answers. And so the kids just see it more as of, okay, this was a Jaden we understood back then. This is not a Jaden we understand now. So within that perspective, it's one big whole issue, but the hearing loss in that perspective is huge with just the isolation factor, the teachers not being in support, because we talked to the teachers and have numerous meetings about his hearing issues and how maybe they need to cater to it a little bit more. They just feel it's more of a him needing to cater to them and listening more closely. They don't understand that perspective of where he's coming from. So that isolates him in general, because now the other students are kind of seeing what the teacher's expectations are of him, and they're just kind of thinking the same thing. So is he just really slow? Is he just not really listening? So in that perspective, that's how the socialization at school is just kind of taking him away from everything, and his depression begins because he's lonely. Everyone's isolating him. So it's best for him just to do the online schooling because of the hearing, because at least this way, the teachers can socialize with him, not just, face to face with the monitor, but at the same time, like I said, even with his hearing aids, we are lucky that he has the Bluetooth that they can speak directly in his ear so he can drown out a lot of the noises.
Thank you for explaining. That's very helpful.
You're very welcome.
Yes. We have a hand on my right side of the room.
Hi, my name is Pam Thistleway, and this is my daughter, Emma. Emma had been diagnosed with osteosarcoma back in 2015. She's 15 now, almost. Tomorrow's her birthday. Her struggles, I would say her hearing is moderately decreased. She's probably good about my hearing now. And her biggest struggles were during lunch at school. She couldn't hear her friends, so she would just sit, right, and not talk because she couldn't hear what was going on around her. One thing that I would have to say the school has done, which has been wonderful for her, is she actually does not attend regular school anymore. She goes to school after everyone else is gone. It's an after-school program called the STEP program at her school. Kids who have medical issues where they have to come in and out of school, or kids who've maybe gotten into trouble or the regular school is not good for them, attend. She's able to get tutored every day, so she's keeping up and actually advancing ahead of her classmates because of this. So it's been really good for us to have this opportunity for her. But she, just as you were saying over there, has suffered socially. I mean, she really doesn't hang out with any of her friends that she used to hang out with, which is sad. But she's made new friends. She spends a lot more time on social platforms, making friends that way. Bitter's one of them. So she has made other friends in other ways where she doesn't have to use her hearing to communicate, where she's typing to them and they're typing back. And but that's all I wanted to say was I think there are other options for kids too that can be helpful, and I think the STEP program that she's in has been really wonderful for her.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that, and happy early birthday. Yes, we have a hand here in the front.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Widener. I was diagnosed with neuroblastoma stage 4 in 2016, January, a couple weeks after my 12th birthday. It's been really hard dealing with the hearing loss. It's terrible, but it's not as bad as like somebody else, like profound. One of the things that I most deal with is I have school, but sometimes I can't be there because I'm at doctor's appointments or I'm doing some other thing that deals with my cancer. So I use a program called Google Hangouts, and some of my teachers, they don't get it. They don't want to sign on one day because they think that it's not relevant, I guess you could say, that I don't need to listen to what is going on in class that day. But then I am behind in class. I am behind in everything that my peers are way ahead of me. I have to ask for everybody else for help. It's really hard. As some other people were saying, I don't have the friends that I used to have anymore. I hang out with some of them, but I've had to make new friends that were older because I guess they understand more. They're more mature. And it's just really hard, but I'm trying to make accommodations by talking to people about it and just asking them to speak up whenever they have their voices low or to repeat something, which does get tiring, and I'm sure they get tiring too. And sometimes, even though I can't hear what they're saying in class or just whenever I'm having a conversation, I don't tell them to repeat it because they've already repeated it 7 times. And I know that they're probably annoyed and they just want me to have a normal conversation. But that's not possible for me sometimes.
And have you found that your hearing loss has further complicated missing class for, you said for the cancer reasons? I know you said you use Google Hangouts, maybe catch up with your peers, things like that. And has the hearing loss made that harder to do?
Yeah, because of the connections over Google Hangouts, I use it on my computer. I also use it on my iPad and my phone. But sometimes they do not speak loud enough to where I can hear it, or because of it's on a computer, and sometimes technology does not work properly.
Yes.
I cannot hear what they're saying. And if my computer freezes, then again, I do not know what they're saying. I do not know what's going on in class, and I completely miss out on a whole lesson, especially math, which is my hardest subject. I used to advance in all subjects, and I'm still doing pretty good, but it's 10 times harder for me to get that A+ on every test. 10 times harder for me to be able to do anything. And I would like to have better accommodations to be able to not have to go through all of this.
Sure. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you.
We have a hand over here on the.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Boucher. My daughter was diagnosed with hepatoblastoma in January of this year. She just finished chemotherapy in the end of June, and she's 2. She just turned 2 about a week ago. So the biggest impact on her life as of right now is she stopped talking during chemotherapy. And I didn't know if it was because of the hearing loss or she just felt like crap all the time. 2, her speech has picked up a little since we got her hearing aids, but the hardest thing for our daily life is her age. She's only 2. She can't tell me why she wants to take her hearing aids out. She can't tell me how. We have a loud house. I have a 4-year-old and she has a twin sister, so it's always loud in our house. So I don't know if I don't know anything about how it's impacting her. I have to guess as a mom. I have to try to figure it out. I have to try to figure out what I do to help her. What therapies does she need? How do I understand how she's hearing? And then I hear all these stories from these older children of the impact, and I look at her future long term, that there's a lot of things that she's going to have to face that I'm going to have to help her through. So it's a huge challenge that you have to take on, and there's no choices given in the beginning other than she needs this. Like you saw in this slides that with hepatoblastoma, you can't not do cisplatin. You can't change the dose of it. She needs that protocol, and you have to give it to her. So there's been a big impact already, and I have a long future of an impact for her. It's hard to not get emotional too. I came here and I had no idea that I would feel so emotional, but it's so raw. We're, a couple months out of treatment, and she had normal hearing prior to that, and I had to advocate for her from the beginning to have hearing tests done, to be given STS for part of her cycles. Those were things that weren't given to me as options. I had to fight for those things, and I had to advocate for those things, and it's hard, and just her age makes it difficult too. She's just too little to understand what's going on, and even to communicate any of her needs to me or challenges. I have to guess them, and I have to figure it out, until she gets old enough to articulate those things and developmentally can help me understand and communicate with me how it's impacting her. So.
Well, thank you for that. I have two questions for you. One, you said you advocated for hearing tests. Can you tell us a little bit about, when you discovered, the hearing loss, and had there been continued hearing tests? Is that stabilized?
Yes. So I, at the beginning of round 2, she'd had a baseline hearing test done, and at the beginning of round 2, I asked the inpatient doctors at the start of that round, can we recheck her hearing? And they had said no, because we wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So what would be the purpose? We'll wait till the end of chemo. And I said, no, I'm not going to accept that, because even if we can't do anything about it, I'd like to know. And so I asked her primary oncologist, and he said that would be fine. So at the beginning of round 3, we did another hearing test, and that already showed that there had been a decline in her hearing. And unfortunately, at that time, we'd already given cisplatin, so it was too late to talk about sodium thiosulfate. And so I got in touch with Christine Knight at the OHSU, and she talked to me about it, and she helped me advocate, and she gave the doctors information to say, yes, let's let her do this for the rest of her rounds. And her hearing tests, because of her age also, her hearing tests are difficult to read because she's not old enough to participate in some of the testing. And so when we look at the hearing tests done after we started sodium thiosulfate and after the hearing loss, it seemed to not decline as much as it was. It seemed to sort of stay. She has mild to moderate high-frequency hearing loss, and it's kind of seemed to sort of stay at that level for the last 3 rounds that she was given.
Sure. And then my second question for you is, I know there's a lot of uncertainty right now, but I was curious if there's anything in particular that most worries you about her future.
It's the social impact and the academic impact. When I hear these teenagers and other people talking about how it impacted them in school, and bullying is a huge issue in the United States right now, and I worry, how do I protect her from that? Is that going to be something that's going to be a battle that she has? Kids can't get away from bullying. Their social media they can't get away from it now. So I just worry about her future. Will she be okay having to wear hearing aids? Will she be able to overcome those things? Can I do anything to help her? And I don't think that there's any answers to that. I don't know. I feel like it's a definite that there will be issues that she'll face as a teenager and a child and into adulthood, that there's not always something I can do to help her or that she can do for herself, that she's just going to have to go through life with those challenges.
Sure. Thank you so much for sharing. So I want to put it out there in case there's anyone in the audience that has had experience with progressive hearing loss after chemotherapy has been completed. And if so, if you'd be willing to share anything about what that looked like, give us a sense of that experience. I know we haven't really explored that much yet. So if there are any experiences, we'd love to hear about that.
Hello. Josh was diagnosed in 1999, and after 1 dose of cisplatin, he had moderate to severe hearing loss. And we started to notice that he was mumbling a little bit more. somewhere around 13 years old, 14 years old. We took him back to the audiologist. We did an annual evaluation every year, and I brought it up. And she said, yes, I've noticed that his hearing his hearing loss has continued to progress, which absolutely floored me because no one had ever shared that possibility with me. After 3 years, basically what you're told is that's when the hearing loss stabilizes. And you're fighting so many different types of chronic side effects that the idea that you finally have figured out how to manage the majority of them, and then suddenly the apple cart gets overturned and you're flabbergasted to discover that now you have a whole new tsunami of things. And the hearing loss is huge when you're already at moderate to severe hearing impaired. My son progressed quickly into profound, and every year he has continued to lose an additional 5% of his hearing. He's a musician, and the audiologist actually has said you may not be able to perform if you continue losing the hearing at the rate that you're losing because you may not have anything left. Your hearing system is so delicate that any vibrations are going to become of concern to your hearing. And that's absolutely heartbreaking to me. So we are not quite sure how far this is going, but we've selected quality of life over that delicate hearing because that music is too important. He's already lost so much that I wouldn't dare take away something that's that important to him.
And the incremental losses that you've seen so far, have you noticed similar trends and impacts on his daily life from those subsequent hearing losses from year to year?
He no longer wears his hearing aids. So I think whether they're ineffective, I mean, he's vocalized some of that. Josh Hoffmeister is my son. So he's vocalized some of that. So whether it's from the profound loss, whether it's in combination with not using the hearing aids, he's mumbling a lot more. He's a little bit more withdrawn on occasion when he doesn't have the energy to invest so much in staying connected with the world around him.
Thank you so much for sharing. Any other experiences with progressive hearing loss? You can always bring it up at a later time too. And also, I know I've had my back turned to our panel, but if they have anything to add at any point, wave me down. I'll make sure to call on you too. So another couple of categories of things we haven't really explored a lot as we're kind of moving towards the end of our allotted time for topic one. As we heard in Christy Knight's presentation this morning, that oxytoxicity can also result in a couple other symptoms other than the direct hearing loss. There can be tinnitus or the ringing in the ears, as well as balance issues. And so I was curious if, in addition to the hearing loss anyone in the room has experienced, if you've experienced either of those symptoms, and if so, would you be willing to share? I see a few hands on this side of the room. So we'll work our way, let's say, from the back to the front, starting with Colleen.
Hi. So I noticed I was diagnosed really early on at 10 weeks old. But I didn't notice my balance didn't go off until about, I noticed probably my adolescent years. It started to drop. And it continues to deteriorate, so hence the mobility. And so they haven't really, people are just guessing to why, but some are pointing at treatment, but nobody has said chemotherapy really. Some have said like radiation and whatnot, but doctors are really careful. When I brought it up, I said, well, could it be the chemo? And they're really, that's their treatment they give you, right? And so they're just like when I went to my radiologist and, they don't want to put down the drugs that they're giving you, right? Because that's all they got. So, but yeah, no, it continues to spiral downhill, as does my hearing. So it's just, we just gotta deal with what we got, but yeah.
Thank you. I know we had a couple other hands here. The row right in front of her.
Hi again. That is definitely a problem that Emma has. She complains constantly about tinnitus, and I worry because, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but tinnitus is usually a sign of progressive hearing loss. At least that's what I thought I had heard from someone. She also has some issues with balance. I mean, we make a joke of it in the house because I'm the same way. We both have hearing loss. Mine is not chemo-induced though, but we both have issues with balance. So my husband will just jokingly call us Grace or something, but it's been a problem. And she has to listen to things at louder volumes to hear them. And I worry about that too, because I know that, as you had talked earlier, vibrations and those sounds can actually hurt her hearing for the future as well. So it's been a problem.
Any other comments on this issue? Yeah. I'll take these 3 comments.
What I wanted to add, because it wasn't mentioned, was the auditory processing delay, which can also accompany the hearing loss. We also discovered this once he hit puberty and the progression had begun again. And the way that it was explained to me by our audiologist was, if you look at the hearing that he's capable of as a piece of cheese, he has a piece of Swiss cheese. And when you're talking profound loss, you're talking a really tiny piece of cheese to start with. So the fact that in addition to the hearing loss, which is what is talked about the most, you have these additional residual issues that combined together actually create even more hearing challenges. It just overwhelms you with the total impact of what's happened because of chemotherapy.
Sure. Thank you again. Come on, just pass the mic right on up.
Hello, it's me again, Elizabeth. So there was 2 things that I wanted to comment on, the ringing of the ears and the balance. I am a dancer and I do pageants, so it's hard for me I'm walking in heels today, but just earlier, it was hard for me to stand still without starting to fall over. Sometimes I have to lean back against the wall so that I don't completely topple over. Dancing has been especially hard for me since I picked back up after I came back from chemotherapy, because it was hard for me to do turns, alsacons. You may not know what those are, but they're dance terms. Just different types of dance things, and it's been really depressing, I guess you could say, because I'm not the person who I used to be. And then the ringing of the ears, it's going on right now, and it's hard for me to be alone by myself because I don't like just being alone or not talking to somebody, because then all that I'm focusing on is the ringing in my ears. I can't focus on anything else. I want to concentrate without everybody else distracting me, but I also don't want the ringing of the ears to drive me crazy, which it does. I cannot stand it. And ever since I've started hearing it, I've asked my mom and my dad over and over again what we could do to help stop it. And unless you do some type more medicines, which I don't like either, there's nothing really to do except take it and move on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. Anything to add?
I don't know if this is necessarily the appropriate place to put this, but I think one of the things that I'm hearing as I'm listening to parents and to one of the things I'm hearing when I'm listening to the parents and to everybody else is when you're isolated from your peers, and whether it's music or it's dance or whatever, and that's what's getting you through, whether it's treatment, post-treatment, or in Elizabeth's case, she's just living with cancer because she's not even, we chose to discontinue treatment, but we need to have treatment that's better focused on each individual child, in my opinion. A couple people have mentioned this, where a lot of doctors have told us that we just have to take it. You know, that's what it is. When Elizabeth was diagnosed, she was diagnosed with 95% of her body involved with neuroblastoma. Within 24 hours, they started aggressive treatment because we didn't have any options. We weren't even given an option to get a second opinion. We wouldn't even tell her for months that she had stage 4 because we were afraid that she would give up. So, you know, she asked for a long time to go back to dance, and then there was a lot that went into that. But the balance, it's very frustrating and it's really hard because she went from being the top of dance class to put back with, you know, the second and the third graders because of balance. She's been penalized because of balance. We need better treatment. We need treatments. We need to look at that. And it's not just one subset. It's not just the doctors. It's not just the clinicians. Everybody together needs to look at what is best. For us, quality versus quantity. For her, treatment didn't come in an IV bag or a pill. It came for getting her back into dance, but at the same time, it causes a lot of frustration.
And sharing that is very appropriate, and thank you. Very helpful, sets a lot of the context for things we're going to actually build on and talk about in our next topic on preferences about treatments. So, you know, thank you for connecting the dots for us there and sharing that. We have time for just 1 or 2 more comments before we move to our break, and then we'll come back and tackle topic 2 together. Does anyone else have any other experiences they would like to share on the burdens and impacts of hearing loss? We have a hand up here in the front.
Hi, my name is Charlene Mersberg, and we're from Kailua Kona, Hawaii. This is my daughter, Ruth. She's a 12-year survivor. She's going to be 17 years old. She was diagnosed at 4.5 with stage 4 neuroblastoma. Our treatment hospital was Kapiolani Women's and Children's Hospital. Right from the get-go, it was very difficult to get a diagnosis. It took a while, and then once we got the diagnosis, we didn't have much of a choice. We understand the treatment was fairly similar, with the exception of one major hospital in New York. This all happened within a matter of hours, and we had to start treatment. We weren't given many options, although we were very well and heavily consented of all the things we would lose. Hearing loss was one of them, along with a laundry list of other lifelong side effects that she lives with every single day. She has severe high-pitched hearing loss. What I think some of these kids live with when they're young, they just don't know any better of what they're missing. I find this pretty unacceptable. And I hope we can make some real change here. What we've done to modify her schooling is because of our son who is high-functioning autistic, and we went through the whole IEP and process and everything and did extreme advocating, I was tired and we were exhausted. We just sat down with the powers that be because they would not understand, no matter what experts I brought in, of what we were dealing with. And it's worked fairly well, but we've had to adjust her educational systems. She's now in a blended charter school education, which has been the best thing that could ever happen for her because we can control how she hears things, her environment a whole lot better without having to constantly fight the school system. She does do fairly well, but she puts out a lot of effort to get the grades and keep her status in National Honor Society and everything. A tremendous amount of effort. We came here because we want to try and advocate to get her hearing loss back. We're thankful for our panel. We're thankful for all the stakeholders that are here. I'm thankful for my fellow moms and dads that are here that know my story and live it every single day. And thank you to the FDA who has come here to listen to our stories.
And thank you for coming here all the way from Hawaii. So I'm looking It looks like, we'll take one, this will be our final comment of topic 1.
My name is Kim, and I started treatment for rhabdomyosarcoma when I was 6 years old. I'm now 32 years old, and I have severe, I've been living with it for so long, but I think it's severe hearing loss from chemotherapy. I also, actually in my right ear, I'm deaf, but that's also from radiation and surgery. And my speech impediment is also from radiation and surgery. But when I was in elementary and middle school, I don't think it had a huge impact on me socially, but then as I got older, I think in high school and then more in college, I had more social anxiety and felt more socially isolated, and it's kind of just gotten worse as I got older. So now, like going to any events or, social gatherings with people, either with groups of people or where there might be background noise or anything else that might make it harder for me to hear, makes me anxious. And then a lot of times I'll, plan on going to an event, but then when it comes time to leave, I can't get myself to leave. So, I'll just skip it. I also have depression, which, I don't think is completely related to my hearing loss, but the hearing loss and everything that comes with that it definitely contributes to that. And I also don't think that people don't understand how complex it is to have a hearing loss, how many different things it impacts and how many daily activities it impacts and how draining it is when you have to work so hard to understand what people are saying and what's going on around you. And trying to understand what people are saying. And it also, people think that you're going to hear something or not when someone says it, but when your brain is trying to fill in the holes of the sounds you can't hear, there's also a delay. So someone might say something and I don't understand it right away, and then there's a little delay before my brain figures it out, and then I respond. But, there's just all these activities that, one thing might not be a big deal, but when, if I'm driving with someone in a car, I can't look at them and I can't hear them, and that gives me anxiety. And then, knocking on a closed door gives me anxiety because, you either have to wait for them to come and open it, or you have to chance, you think they said come in, so you open the door and you don't know what you're going to find. So, all those daily moments, I guess, add up and make things difficult. Also, I wanted to say that to Carolyn that I did not know crickets made noise. So that, my mind is blown that crickets make sound, and I didn't know that. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for sharing those. Some very insightful examples that you shared. So at this point, we're going to go into our break. When we come back, we are going to, like I've said before, tackle topic 2. We're just going to build on this, and we're going to move into talking about your approaches to treatment. So I want to thank you all for your participation, and we will get started back at 3:25. right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from break. We're going to go ahead and get started with the second half of our program. So as we move into a discussion of current and future treatments for chemo-induced hearing loss, one of the things that always comes into the discussion is the fact that those new future products need to be developed and tested in clinical trials. And so to kind of serve as background for our discussion with all of you, we have Dr. Greg Aune, who's going to provide a presentation on challenges in clinical trial design in chemotherapy-induced hearing loss. Dr. Aune is a physician and researcher with training in pediatrics and hematology oncology. He's also the assistant professor at the UT Health San Antonio Gree Children's Cancer Research Institute. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Aune.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a pleasure to be here, and so far I've really enjoyed the discussion. And for those of you that have spoke up, I just truly applaud the bravery that I think it takes to come and tell your story, and it's going to, in the long run, make a big difference. So I get the opportunity to talk about how some of these late effects impact our way that we develop clinical trials. And so I wanted to start off by talking about one of my favorite patients. I think I went the wrong way. So this is a patient in San Antonio that's well known to our service. He had Hodgkin's disease in the early 1990s. His treatment then included splenectomy, a lot of radiation, 8 cycles of chemotherapy with 8 different drugs over about 9 months. And the treatment was also in that era didn't have a lot of the supportive care medicines that we that we have at our disposal now, and so that impacted, I think, some of the acute side effects that the patient experienced. So fortunately, this patient did survive. In the early era of the 1990s, I think Hodgkin's disease was even then was over 90% survivable if you looked at a 5-year survival rate. And then he went on and has lived from over 2 decades, and through that time has developed a lot of different health problems, which I think are probably not a surprise to anybody here, but I always tell people this is a fairly typical survivor story in that there's multiple treatment-induced effects in survivors. So this patient has experienced hypothyroidism, pulmonary fibrosis causing a couple of lengthy ICU admissions for pneumonia, infertility, fairly severe cardiac disease, including aortic stenosis, 3-vessel coronary artery disease, which required open heart surgery in 2008. The patient experienced a couple secondary skin cancers, a mild stroke, which left no permanent disability, and then also has developed diabetes. Most of these, if not all of them, are secondary to the treatments that were received for his childhood cancer therapy. And this is one of my favorite patients because it's actually me. That's my story as a survivor. And that is my family in Hawaii last June. So I mentioned that I suffer from infertility, but I have 2 sets of twins from semen that was banked before I was treated with chemotherapy. I think being here today is very special to me because, like many of you, I'm a survivor of cancer, and I'm a physician and I do research now. But I think first I was a patient, and I know kind of the struggles that we have to go through as survivors. And I think there's hope for the future. There's hope for all of you here, is what I would say. Cancer was the worst thing that ever happened to me, but is also probably one of my biggest blessings because I think it just put me on a different track in life. I've had to overcome a lot of obstacles. They can be overcome, and you can do great things. So that's kind of my motivational message, is that I think whatever you face, you can overcome it. I think the point of today is really trying to think about how we can help, those of us affected by late effects in general, overcome the obstacles, and then look to the future and take our experiences and use them to better outcomes for future patients. So I've had a lot of late effects. I know a lot about late effects. The one late effect I don't have is ototoxicity. My wife might argue with that. But I did have my hearing tested a year ago. She thought I wasn't hearing, and it was normal. So I don't know about ototoxicity. I don't personally experience that, but I know about late effects. And I've thought a lot about what kind of problems this poses for our clinical trial design, because I think it's really important as we go forward that we try to solve this problem. And so we're all well aware of the success of oncology, pediatric oncology. And I always just put a graph up that shows our gains in survival over time. This is from a review article published by Peter Adamson. The last bar on there is survival, I think, at 2004. And at that time, 5-year survival was approaching 80%. We're not over 80%, I would say. But what a 5-year survival says is whether a patient is alive or dead after receiving their diagnosis 5 years later. It doesn't say anything about their quality of life. And I think what we've seen here today is quality of life is becoming an increasingly important issue in pediatric oncology that we must consider. And so in the 21st century, childhood cancer, I think, is at a critical point. Our survival rates are greater than 75 to 80%. We still do have a large issue with patients not even surviving, with childhood cancer still remaining the number one cause of death by disease in the U.S. But because of our success with the other 80%, our survivor population is booming. We're going to have over 500,000 long-term survivors of childhood cancer in the U.S. by 2020. Kevin Effinger, in a paper in 2006, I think, in one of the seminal studies that was done, showed that of this population that's growing, approximately 1/3 or greater can expect to have at least one life-threatening late effect that is the result of their previous cancer treatments. So we're kind of in a new era. I wanted to talk a little bit about how we do research, preclinical research, that leads to our clinical trials in the era of that we face right now. So historically, on the top, this was supposed to all go in sequence. I think my keys got messed up, so I'm just going to use my pointer here if I can figure it out. Historically, for drug development, it's focused on creating drugs that target tumors, and we use a combination of testing potential drugs on cancer cell lines in culture, then moving into mouse models where we test candidates in mice that have tumors, and then we move into phase 1, 2, and 3 clinical trials. With late effects, the way we've actually done the research is we give patients standard of care treatment, and then we wait decades. And then we organize cohorts of patients that are survivors, and we look for health problems. So things like secondary cancers, heart disease, pulmonary disease, hearing loss. And we've made associations between those outcomes and the treatments that they previously received. But we can't go back to the beginning. And by not being able to do that, we have a limited ability to understand what are the mechanisms that cause a lot of these problems. So I think that's a fundamental flaw kind of in our current system, and one that must be addressed. We need more preclinical research that's focused on how our current therapies damage our normal organs, such as the inner ear and the heart, for example. And that's going to lead to our ability to potentially prevent these conditions in future patients. And it might even uncover ways that we could actually prevent further decline of hearing loss, for example, in current patients, and just give people a better quality of life. And so I just wanted to end with two slides here. One is, how do our past successes create new challenges in clinical trial design? So I would say that toxicity cannot be viewed as something that is only an issue during acute exposure. I think the data we've collected now in the 21st century shows us that long-term toxicity is an important issue. And we must, in our clinical trials, we must start to consider long-term toxicity throughout lifespan is an important outcome. We also need to, I think, need to understand more and optimize our ability to collect toxicity data. What that data is and for how long that data needs to be collected, I think, are areas that are open for discussion, but we need to have that on our radar as something that's important in our clinical trial design. And then to me, I think probably one of the most important aspects is actually trying to change the culture of pediatric oncology, where we don't present our disease as a snippet in time of you're going to go through 6 months to a year of treatment and this is all going to be over and you're going to go on with your life. That's what I was told. And I don't think we knew anything better at the time, but I think we know now. We don't want to take all the hope away from our patients and tell them they're going to have a horrible life filled with health morbidities. But I think we need to set up realistic expectations for where they're headed and to try to give them the tools to succeed no matter what they face. So I think our trials need to take into account that, and I think we need to present new diagnosis in ways that are perhaps different than we have historically done in the past. And then second, how do these successes change our approaches from this point forward? Because that's really, I think, what we're talking about today. My personal opinion, and I hope it's going to be increasingly shared by others, is that we need more research preclinically that looks at off-target effects. And this is for medicines that we've used for 30 and 40 years, in addition to any new agents that come along. So I think understanding off-target organ effects while drugs are in their preclinical development is enormously important, because I think it'll help us design better clinical trials. We need more preclinical research that is focused on how prospective new medicines cause toxicity throughout lifespan. So right now, I think we have a lot of acute toxicity endpoints as something that we focus on for when we move a drug into clinical trials, but we need to develop models, for example, mouse models, which is one of my areas of expertise. You can study lifespan studies in mice over about 2 years. It's a lifespan of a mouse. And so is there a role for those types of studies in the development of new drugs? And then finally, I think very important is comprehensive patient tracking systems. So I think that these need to be established so that we know that true outcome of all of our patients. Some of you may know what the Childhood Cancer Survivor Study is, the CCSS. This was a retrospective study that was one of the cohorts that I referred to earlier, where we assembled patients years after they completed their treatment. But I think we need something like a prospective CCSS. These are expensive, they cost money, but I think it's a priority, because I think it'll allow us to track our patients over time and truly know what's happening to them. And I wanted to end with a quote by Albert Einstein. It says this: "Problems cannot be solved with the same mindset that created them." There was a certain mindset that got us to this point in time where cancer is now 80% survivable. It's created a new problem. I'm not so sure the mindset that got us to this point in time is what's going to be able to help us alleviate some of these untoward late effects, such as hearing loss, that I think impact everybody's life so much. And I just think it's really important to have this meeting today, and I truly appreciate everybody's perspective and what's been said thus far. And I know there's going to be a lot more great comments coming forward. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Ani, for providing those remarks on challenges in clinical trial design. Now we want to hear from all of you, our patients and caregivers again, on your perspectives for current and future treatments. So I'll invite our second panel up to the stage, panel 2. So to introduce topic 2 just a bit, don't be shy, panel 2, come on up. So to introduce topic 2 a little bit here, we're building on our conversation from this morning, where we discussed the burdens and impacts of living with chemotherapy-induced hearing loss. Now we want to explore the things that you do to try to treat, prevent, manage, live with your hearing loss. This might be drugs. This might be medical devices like hearing aids. This might be strategies that you employ, whether that be in an educational setting or in your personal lives, or some kind of lifestyle modification that you've had to make in order to make your, make it a little easier to manage living with hearing loss. So when we speak to this concept of treatments, I want you to think of it broadly. What we want to do is hear all of these different strategies and treatments that you use. We want your assessment of how well they're working. What's the benefit of these different strategies and treatments? that you're employing in daily life. In addition, we also want to know what are the downsides to those treatments, whether it's a drug and we're talking about a side effect, or I think we've already started to hear a little bit of from all of you about some of the downsides of hearing aids and other technologies, but even some of the other things that you employ, whether that be educational assistance plans or the like. We'd like to know what you view as the downsides of those treatments. And what we're going to do is hopefully establish where are areas of unmet need that need to be targeted for future therapies. And as part of that, we're going to finish our discussion by asking all of you your preferences for what it is, short of a cure for your hearing loss, that you would specifically look for a treatment or preventative product for hearing loss. So to kick off our discussion of topic 2, we have a panel. And actually, before we go to the panel itself, we have a 5th panel member who unfortunately was not able to be here with us today. Tyler, who was prepared with the rest of the panel, was very excited to be here. Unfortunately, had a post-surgical pneumothorax and was not able to travel. He had worked very hard on his testimony and was a bit frustrated to find out that he would not be able to travel here and be with us today. Despite that frustration, he pushed through and at our request sent us a recording. So we're going to start our panel with Tyler, but then here in the room with us, our other panelists who will follow are Jennifer, Mary Beth, Colleen, and Claire. So Tyler, via video, take it away.
I say that my hearing loss is what affects me most in my day-to-day life. I've lost the ability to understand speech from my left ear and have moderate to severe high-frequency loss in my right ear. Hearing loss affects me in so many ways in a social atmosphere like school. I find it difficult to know when someone is talking to me or when it's my turn to talk. I'm constantly embarrassed as someone will tell me their name when I meet them and I don't understand or hear what they said. I rarely will ask a second time and just pretend I heard. I have very few friends now that I'm hard at hearing, as I become somewhat antisocial and introverted. Prior to cancer, I was extremely outgoing and had many friends. I can't hear my friends when they talk, and I pretend just to say okay to be part of the conversation. I miss out a ton of information as a result. Learning in school and now at work has been very difficult. I miss words and conversation, and so I have to process and put together the puzzle before I understand what is being said. Now I learn at a slower pace than I did prior to my hearing loss. This is extra time, and processing also causes severe fatigue by the middle of the day at school or work. I find I am extremely exhausted and usually have headaches from concentrating so hard. I'm trying to comprehend and process conversations. My teachers, boss, coworkers think I look normal. My speech is good enough that I don't sound like I'm deaf. All this is what I call a silent disability. People judge me and think I do not need additional help or accommodation because of the way I look. This is extremely frustrating, as I feel ignored and rejected when I do ask for assistance. Another problem with my hearing loss is that I've lost the ability to hear many sounds. I can't hear birds chirping, water falling, fans spinning, and alarms at the hospital or in my own home. I actually have forgotten that these sounds even exist anymore, even though I could hear them up until the age of 9. I can't wake up on my own because I can't hear alarms or cell phone sounds. I have to depend on my parents to get me up, even though I'm 18. I find that I rely on my parents to wake me up, and if they are left for work, then I'm frequently late for work or school. I feel like I can't be an independent adult, even though my physical age is 18. I'm also so dependent on others. I've always wanted to get my own place, but I'm so worried I won't be able to because I can't wake up in time for work and school. Because I can no longer hear these sounds as well as many other sounds, I find that I don't enjoy nature like I used to. I don't react or wake up to alarms and never know if there's an emergency around me. I have severe anxiety about the world around me, and if I should trust what I do hear, I can't trust what I see, and I am constantly reminding myself that I have to remember I cannot hear like a typical person. I'm on edge and makes me anxious and sad. I wish people understood how much my hearing loss affects me everyday life as well, the ability to enjoy life in general. I find that I always try to stay away from cafeterias or loud environments because I can't hear anything that is being said. I find that I avoid people in general now, and this makes me feel lonely. I feel like no one understands what I'm dealing with. For example, my family and I recently went on a cruise ship to Mexico, and I got very anxious because I couldn't interact with the people around me. Instead of hanging out with kids my own age, I was limited to sitting by the pool with my parents. I wanted so badly to go to the arcade or teen dances, but I was too anxious that I would not be able to hear or hold a conversation with people that I did not know. Before my hearing loss, I was an active, happy, extroverted child. Now I find that I'm anxious or exhausted to enjoy new environments or activities. I am a lonely and typically anxious person. I'm a different person because of my hearing loss. I've told my parents many times that I wish I didn't live through my cancer treatment because of my hearing loss. It makes life so difficult and unbearable. My parents are telling me that I talk too loud to people in cars and in public, which can be irritating. I do this because I can't hear the sound of my own voice, as well as I can't hear the TV or computer and YouTube. I can't understand what is being said. I have to wear headphones or watch closed captioning to help. I think the bottom line is that I miss out on over 50% of what is being said to me in any given form. TV, phone, conversation, any of that. I feel left out and isolated, which makes me feel like I'm not part of this world. I'm sad about that. I feel like the loss of my hearing has been the same for about 12 to 18 years old. It's getting harder to remember what it was like when I did have normal hearing. I've forgotten what certain sounds sound like. For instance, I remember getting in an elevator in the audiology office after getting my new hearing aids, and I heard the ding of the elevator and asked my mom if it always made that noise. I think I've become used to my hearing loss, and it was very hard when I first got my hearing to accept that I lost it forever. I thought it would come back. Now as an adult, I know the reality that it won't come back, and I think over time I've adjusted to the cost. Or I've adjusted but at a cost. I'm no longer the person I was when I lost my hearing. I was a child. I believed that I could push through this, that I would get better. Now as an adult, I have a more realistic view, and I know that this is not going to get better. I know that I have to live with the rest of my life. I know that I will have to live the rest of my life. I know that I have a disability that no one can see, and I am expected to hear whatever is being said to me. All of this is overwhelming and exhausting. I am told to advocate for myself as a goal on that IEP, and yet how can I advocate when I don't even have the information to do so? I once had a teacher that refused to repeat a sentence in class when I told her I couldn't hear. She refused and told me that I could figure it out on my own. How can I figure out something I didn't hear or understand? Many people ask, why didn't I get a cochlear implant? I have decided I don't want brain surgery, and I don't want a magnet stuck to the side of my head. I feel like I've been a guinea pig my entire life, poked, prodded, and now the next step is more surgery so they can fix a side effect of the drugs that saved my life. These same drugs used to save my life in some way also took it away. I'm alive, but I don't feel like I'm alive because I feel alone and isolated in this quiet world that I live alone in.
I guess I'm next. Hi, my name is Jennifer Click. You heard from my daughter Carolyn earlier in the first panel. She was diagnosed with stage 4 high-risk neuroblastoma when she was 4.5 years old, and she went through one of the most aggressive treatment regimens for childhood cancer. She had 5 rounds of induction chemotherapy, an 11-hour surgery, more chemo and a stem cell transplant, radiation, and immunotherapy. 2 rounds of the induction chemo were cisplatin, and for the transplant, she had carboplatin. Within 2 years of completing treatment, she had profound high-frequency hearing loss. When your child is given a 30% chance of living, you don't really question what the doctors are doing. They tell you that the platinum-based chemotherapies will likely cause hearing loss, but they downplay it. They say, oh, the kids get hearing aids, they do just fine. And when you have a bald preschooler who's skin and bones and being fed by a tube, hearing aids and some hearing loss seems like a small price to pay for a chance to grow up. In the hospital, everyone had Carolyn's best interests at heart, and they did whatever they could to help her. But when we returned to the real world, it was different, because in the real world, everything comes down to money. Kids with high-frequency hearing loss need digital hearing aids that can be tuned to amplify only the missing ranges. Those hearing aids cost about $6,000 a pair, and as happens in many families, my health insurance wouldn't pay a penny. I appealed the decision, and I worked with an advocate for childhood cancer survivors, but the insurance company wouldn't budge. They just said, it's hearing aid coverage is just not in your policy. I had a colleague whose daughter was deaf, and she had gotten the cochlear implant from one of the leading doctors at Johns Hopkins. So I consulted him about an implant for Carolyn, but he said she had too much residual hearing, and that hearing would have to be destroyed, and the cochlear implant wouldn't compensate for that. Kids with hearing loss need speech therapy. Carolyn was luckier than a lot of neuroblastoma survivors because she was 4.5, so she was older, and her speech was pretty well developed, and so she didn't need intensive services. I requested an evaluation at the school and returned for the results to find myself on one side of a table and 5 school district personnel on the other side of the table. They told me how her deficits were developmental and she would outgrow them. I knew that they were typical of high-frequency hearing loss, and I did manage to convince them that she needed speech therapy. They agreed to 40 minutes a week. Eventually, her IEP did include speech therapy and some other accommodations for hearing loss and some reading issues she had. Whether the IEP was followed depended on the teacher. She was supposed to be seated at the front of the class near the teacher so she could hear better. One teacher arranged the desks in a U shape and put Carolyn at the bottom, so she was actually the furthest away. The school used a whole language reading curriculum, and even though our experts that were in our IEP meetings said she needed multisensory instruction, that's what they did. As 3rd grade started, she couldn't even read on a 1st grade level, and I was getting desperate because I knew that kids that can't read by the end of 3rd grade have very little chance of graduating high school or going to college. I hired an advocate, and I got Carolyn into the hearing impaired program at a public school about 10 miles from our home. The day I signed the transfer papers, the people at our neighborhood school looked at me like I was signing a death warrant. I didn't understand because the principal at the hearing impaired center had looked me square in the eye and told me that they used multisensory instruction. As it turned out, the principal just lied. The hearing impaired program was more like a warehouse for kids with disabilities. There was one kid in Carolyn's class who could barely speak, and she wore pull-ups to school. The kids weren't learning anything. The only place that Carolyn learned anything was in the mainstream classes of science and history, but those teachers never saw her IEP. I eventually got Carolyn into a private middle school that addressed her needs. She learned to read thanks to a specialized curriculum. The classes were small, so she didn't need preferential seating, and all of her teachers knew her and how to accommodate her disabilities. The school gave Carolyn extremely generous scholarships. Otherwise, I never would have been able to afford the tuition. But a lot of the damage had already been done by middle school. She caught up academically, but socially, she'll never be like her peers. Hearing loss causes her a lot of anxiety, especially in new situations. She went away to college last year, but the daily stress of living in the noisy dorms, eating in the noisy dining hall, working to keep up in class without calling attention to her disability, and trying to get professors to provide the accommodations she was entitled to was all just too much, and she withdrew. Now she's working full-time as a daycare assistant teacher. It's a great job for her because she loves babies and young children, even though she, like many neuroblastoma survivors, has premature ovarian failure and she'll never be able to get pregnant. People ask how much hearing improvement would be meaningful to her. I think that being able to go out without worrying that there's something behind her that she can't hear, whether it's a friend calling her name, a car speeding through an intersection, or a rapist creeping up behind her, would be meaningful. one night we were talking about her late effects, and I asked if she could just fix one of them, what would it be? I was 95% sure she would say the ovarian failure because I know how much she loves kids and wants to have children. But I was really surprised when she said it would be her hearing, because her whole life would just be so much better if she could just hear. So I want to thank everybody here, the FDA representatives, the clinicians, the researchers, and our other cancer families. You're giving everyone here hope, and that is invaluable, so thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My son was diagnosed with neuroblastoma in 1999, and I am so grateful to be a part of this event today. At the beginning of his treatment, when discussing the side effects of the chemotherapy, I was reminded your child actually has to be alive to experience side effects. We are grateful for the survival, but our children are now living with those side effects, and often many of them. Hearing loss is a significant one because it affects almost every aspect of a person's life. You might not think about it right away, but your sense of hearing contributes to how we think about ourselves, how we learn, how we socialize, and our day-to-day functioning. When I found out my 2-year-old had moderate to severe hearing loss, all I knew was I just needed to do what was best for my son. I thought, well, I'll just get the best hearing aids that are available. Over the years, what a major investment that has turned out to be. Many people believe that hearing loss is pretty much the same as bad vision, and that hearing aids are like eyeglasses. A child can simply put them on and go about their merry way. Unfortunately, I have found out it just isn't that easy. I quickly learned that the aids don't completely replace the loss. We worked with a hearing therapist, and what I found out was that it was me, the parent, who was the most important support. There really aren't any other options. There aren't treatments that bring the hearing back. There aren't exercises. There are no specialists that I can send him to who could work with him to restore that hearing. It was just me, and I had to do more for him. So working with sounds, words, playing language games, all of that type of activity got added to an already long laundry list of jobs that I single-handedly had to fulfill. I was medical specialist, researcher, insurance caseworker, nutritionist, as well as mom. School quickly makes things challenging, and it gets harder from year to year. You aren't with your child all day, so you have no idea what they've missed. It makes filling in the gaps that much harder. No Child Left Behind was supposed to make all this easier, and instead, what it's turned into is another job for me. But Josh needed a variety of support. Preferential seating, notes for lessons, key vocabulary lists, copies of graphics that are used during lectures, advance notice for tests, and the FM system that helps him hear the teacher. School at best was average. Hearing aids are work. Reading lips are work. Trying to figure out what's happening by piecing together visual clues with word fragments is work. On the best of days, he would take a short break after he got home from school before diving into homework. But on the days when he was stressed, when he was tired, if he was sick, if he was struggling with some other side effect that he was struggling with, he might need hours of a break. On those days, the hearing aids were taken out before the shoes were even kicked off or that book bag was thrown in the corner. He had to choose between rest or communicating with the world. Getting back to the eyeglass comparison, I've explained to teachers that it's really a lot more like crutches. If Josh had 2 broken legs, he could get around the school with the crutches. He could be functional. But at the end of the day, he would be absolutely exhausted. And that's what it's like using hearing aids. What elementary school taught me as a parent advocate was that even well-intended teachers couldn't always focus on what the special needs were of my son, despite having a very strong 504 plan. I had to work harder to partner with them, making up for what he missed in school, at home. As he got older, he needed to learn more, and he needed to learn faster, and he just couldn't keep up. At this time, the hearing loss had progressed to profound, but now he also had heart issues, chemo-induced ADHD, and he was struggling with migraine clusters. High school was just indescribably hard. And then college, which was just way too difficult. And after a few weeks, it was obvious it just wasn't the right choice. Josh works so hard to try to be independent, but he finds workplace options lacking because of his hearing. Right now, he delivers pizzas while he's trying to develop his own business. And I am so incredibly proud of what he's able to do. He has constructed a life where he still is able to focus so much on what he can do, not on what he can't do. So when looking to an optimistic outlook about the future for our kids, I do believe that preventing the hearing loss in the first place is the best way to support our children. I'm happy and a bit envious, I admit, that parents may never hear the news that their child has hearing loss. Because as all of us here are aware, we all have so many children, so many survivors that do have hearing loss. They are teens, they are young adults, and they are still challenged with school, with work, with life. They're still surviving. I pray for a day when life just doesn't have to be so incredibly hard for our survivors, where they actually can thrive instead of just survive. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Colleen Movina, and I'm honored to be here today from Vancouver, Canada. At 10 weeks old, I was diagnosed with a cranial brain tumor, and I was treated with a high-dose chemotherapy, including cisplatin. 4 years later, it came back, it returned, and my sister was diagnosed. And now I suffer from severe to profound hearing loss. 25 years later, my son Jack was, when he was diagnosed when he was 22 months. As a result, we both suffer from degenerative hearing loss, and it continues to spiral down. When I first received cisplatin, I was the first child to receive chemo in BC, and there was no other alternative. Growing up, my hearing started to degrade around 14 years of age. I had been out of treatment for nearly 10 years at this point. It impacted me throughout high school years at this point, and in my early childhood education program, which I completed post-high school. While other students would either be presenting or speaking in a group setting, I struggled to understand what was being said. It prevented me from hearing my instructors as well as later on children in my care. When I started having my own children, I was presented with a new challenge, as often I was asleep, while I was asleep, I could not hear my babies, if my babies woke up crying. The high-pitched tone of the monitor made it that much harder to hear. And as a result, I developed insomnia. As with my husband working late hours, I was afraid to fall asleep in case of an emergency that I couldn't hear. Even while awake with the use of both monitor and hearing aid, it was difficult as I could not hear my children from another room. As they have grown, my oldest now being 9, I still find it difficult as I could not hear my children. As my children have grown, my adult, I couldn't hear them playing or having a good time, and then, and the noise and laughter would overwhelm my hearing aid. On occasion, I've tried removing them, but my hearing continues to deteriorate and is now at a profound loss. I can lip read a bit, but doesn't work well with active children. At night, I remove the hearing aid to go to sleep and am shut off from the world. And I need my alarm set at the highest possible volume to wake, and even that I can sleep through. In social situations at the playground and schoolyard, it leads to misunderstandings and missed opportunities, both for myself and my children. When my son Jack was diagnosed in 2013, we already knew about possible side effects of treatment due to my own experience as well as my sister's. We also knew that treatment could work, and it would be worth any risk to save our child's life. Our oncologist informed us of the potential side effects, including hearing loss from cisplatin. They told us, though, that since the treatment regime worked on me 29 years previous, that it was the best chance and would work on Jack. We knew the hearing loss would be a major hurdle due to my own experience growing up with it, as well as my experience raising children with compromised hearing. But what choice did we really have, as there were no options to reduce its effects? Close to the end of my son's 7 months of inpatient chemotherapy regime, they started his treatment plan. In regards to his hearing loss. This consisted solely of annual hearing tests to determine hearing range. Before treatment was finished, Jack had already begun to exhibit signs of hearing loss. A little over a year later, Jack's hearing had decreased some more, and he was outfitted for hearing aids to try to get him used to them in advance to him starting preschool and kindergarten. The hearing aids helped him in being able to hear better in quiet situations, but we quickly found that it actually hindered his ability to hear in group of people when more than one person is speaking at a time. Large crowds, like at sporting events and the movie theaters or at the mall, the hearing aids actually amplified all the surrounding noises, causing him pain and requiring removal of the device. When Jack entered into kindergarten, he was connected with a hearing resource teacher, as well as teachers used an FM system with a microphone around their neck. Unfortunately, when they were away and there were substitute teachers, the FM system was not used. But for the most part, as long as there was not much ambient noise, he was able to stay focused and hear what was going on. Over the course of the past 2 years in kindergarten, in grade 1, Jack's hearing has decreased, and this time, he's been more aware of it. When he's wearing his hearing aids and on the playground with his peers, he starts finding that his friends are getting angry with him. And he could not figure out why. Eventually they told him because they thought that they were speaking and that they thought he was ignoring them. Since then, his friends have become more aware and realized he's simply just not shunning him. He just can't hear. However, he's becoming more self-aware of his diminishing hearing, and he is worrying more and more about how far his hearing loss is going to infringe on his life and what he's going to miss. Jack sees my struggles with hearing loss as it's far worse. And he's worried one day that he won't be able to hear at all. The current approach to hearing loss is not enough, and does not work in many situations. You're still disconnected from your own environment and in emergency and what's going on around you. In conclusion, I'd like to stress the importance of finding a way to put a stop to the ongoing degeneration of hearing loss as a result of cisplatin. We need to find a way to reverse the hearing loss so that Jack and current and future generations of children suffering from cisplatin-induced hearing loss can begin to lead a more normal lives. To hear birds chirping, traffic bells, as well as voices of their loved ones. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Being here today is very humbling. We have travelled here from London, and honestly, when I was asked to come, I really did not have a good understanding of why. Not until I heard the other testimonies did I realise how affected other cancer survivors were as a result of their treatment. My name's Claire, and I'm here to tell you about my now 11-year-old son Luke, who's back there, and how his story is very different as a result of having the opportunity to participate in a clinical trial. We are one of the lucky ones. 10 years ago, if someone had told me that I'd be sitting here telling you all our story, I would never have believed them. Luke was only 6 months old when I felt a hard lump under his rib cage whilst changing his nappy. I took him to our local doctor, and as he'd never had a patient with this symptom at such a young age, he sent us straight up to our local emergency department. Following an afternoon of blood tests and scans, they broke the bad news to myself and husband that our baby had cancer. We went straight to Great Ormond Street Hospital in London, and after a week of tests, they finally had a diagnosis for us. He had a very rare cancer called hepatoblastoma, a 10-centimetre wide tumour on his liver that affects only around 10 children a year in the UK and 1 in a million children worldwide. It was a very aggressive and fast-growing tumour, but thankfully it had not spread to other parts of his body. Once the diagnosis had been found, his consultant explained that the chemotherapy drug he needed was called cisplatin, which is extremely toxic and platinum-based. This meant that the side effects could be nasty and included short and long-term risks. The main side effect that concerned us was that it was likely that Luke would be left with some degree of permanent hearing loss, ranging from mild to severe. We were told that this would affect his speech development, his learning, and his academic achievements. Obviously, our main focus was to do everything we could to give him the best chance of survival, so we didn't hesitate to sign the forms, allowing our baby boy to be given this toxic chemical in the hope of saving his life. But the risk to his hearing really stood out to us. It isn't fair. Not only does he have to go through months of chemotherapy as well as surgery to remove the tumour, but there's also a good chance that, if he is cured, he'd be left with permanent damage that would affect him for the rest of his life. A constant reminder of his cancer battle. We worried at how this would affect his day-to-day life, his schooling, and his social interactions. We returned to Great Ormond Street the next day, and our consultant called us in. She explained that there was a clinical trial in its early stages called SIOPEL-6 that Luke was a candidate for. The trial would involve him being given a drug called sodium thiosulfate, or STS, which had the potential to reduce the risk of high-frequency hearing loss caused by the cisplatin by limiting the damage caused to the cells in his inner ears. However, she also explained that the short-term side effects of the STS could be nasty and were relatively unknown. She explained that if we allowed him to be on the trial, he would then be randomised into one of two groups, cisplatin alone or cisplatin plus the STS. We had no idea at that point which group he would be randomised into. The whole period of time has always been a bit of a blur due to the stress we were under, but I clearly remember discussing this with my husband, and we both decided that we had to give Luke the best possible chance of survival, but also if there was a chance of minimising this side effect, then we had to give it a go. We trusted the doctors and nurses and knew that he'd be in the best possible hands. We also knew that if the trial had positive results, then STS could become part of the treatment plan for children and adults who need cisplatin in the future. So we decided to go ahead with the trial, and shortly afterwards we were told that he had been randomised into the group that would include the STS, a glimmer of positivity during such a scary time. We were told that his treatment would include 6 doses of cisplatin and STS every 2 weeks. He had a baseline hearing test before treatment began. So the day after Boxing Day, after trying to enjoy Christmas with Luke and our other 2 children, we left home for his first chemotherapy. Thankfully, it all went smoothly. 6 hours after the cisplatin, an extra team of nurses came in and gave him the STS in a drip over a 15-minute period. This made him very sick. He immediately started vomiting, his blood pressure rose, and he was inconsolable. It broke our hearts, but we had to keep positive, knowing that this would be worth it in the long term. Thankfully, he perked up after the drip finished. These side effects happened during each of the 6 doses. Luke had regular hearing tests throughout his treatment to check for any immediate damage. As he was so young, these were difficult to do, but as far as the doctors knew, they all came back normal. Once he had finished his chemotherapy treatment, his hearing was still regularly monitored. He passed his most recent hearing test, which was 5 years ago, with flying colours. He hasn't shown any signs of late onset hearing loss, and he leads a completely normal life. He's doing well at school and excels in sport. He's also an elite gymnast. We are so grateful that he was offered a part on the trial, and we know that he is one of the lucky ones. Who knows what would have happened had he been selected into the other group, or if he hadn't even been offered to take part in the trial in the first place. Either way, he'd still be our Luke, and he'd still be our miracle boy, and we are so thankful for that. Thank you.
So again, I want to truly thank our panelists, Tyler and the 4 panelists that we have here today, for sharing your stories. Join me in a round of applause for the whole panel. And you guys can go. So now we move into our third and final set of polling questions for the day to get your experiences and perspectives on approaches to treatment, current and future. So if we can pull up our first topic 2 polling question. So the question is, what is your experience in and perception of clinical trials for a new hearing loss drug? So this question is based off, although we're talking about current and future treatments, we also know that certainly in oncology, but as you've even heard from the panel, it's a different question that you're seeing on your phones. Is it what are you and your child currently doing? Okay, excellent. I thought perhaps they had gotten switched in order, so excellent. So in reality, our first question is, what are you and your child currently doing to help treat the condition or its impacts? Please select all that apply here. Your options are A, speech language therapy, B, hearing aids, C, cochlear implant, D, medicine to prevent or treat hearing loss, E, medicine for anxiety or depression, F, some other medication, G, educational accommodations and specialized plans, H, counseling and behavioral intervention, I, you're doing nothing currently, or J, you're using some other type of treatment for the hearing loss and its impacts. Oh. Okay, there appears to be a glitch where it's only allowing you to choose one. So let me see if I can reframe this into a single choice. Which of the following, and you are able to change your answers even if you've submitted them. So let's tweak this question. Which of the following do you feel has been, that of treatments that you have utilized, has been most helpful in treating this condition or its impacts? So treating the chemotherapy-induced hearing loss. Please select that treatment option which you believe has helped the most. And you can select none if you feel nothing has helped. Give you a few more moments to select which of these treatment options you believe has helped the most in treating chemotherapy-induced hearing loss or its impacts. All right, so currently it looks like just under a third of you are saying that nothing has really helped to treat the chemotherapy-induced hearing loss. There's about a rising number that are saying about, I'd say about a quarter of you are reporting that hearing aids have been the thing that has helped the most. After that being educational accommodations and specialized plans. Others of you are citing speech language therapy, medicines to actually prevent or treat hearing loss, medicines for anxiety and depression, and Well, and that one disappeared. But so all of those others as things that have been the thing that have helped the most. No one is reporting other medications that aren't listed on the slide, counseling or behavioral intervention, or something else altogether that's not listed on the slide. Okay. All right. Looks like our total number is staying pretty constant, so let's move to our next polling question. So now we have our actual question on clinical trials. So here we would like to know your experience in and perception of clinical trials for a new hearing loss drug. The options are A, that you are currently participating in a trial, B, you have participated in a trial and would do so again, C, you have participated in a trial and would not do so again, D, you have not participated in a trial because you did not know about the opportunity, or E, you did not participate in a trial because you were not eligible. F, you have not participated in a trial, although you are aware of the opportunity. G, you would never enroll in a trial. Or H, you are not sure. And again, this is for clinical trials for a new hearing loss drug. And that could be either a treatment or preventative drug. Okay. So it looks like 3/4 of you have not participated in a trial for a hearing loss drug, and that's because you did not know of any opportunity to. Perhaps there was not an opportunity to. 15% have participated in a trial and would do so again. And it looks like there's also some experience with not being sure about your perceptions of participating in a trial, and also some representation for those who did not participate in a trial, but it was because they were not eligible. So thank you for sharing that. Certainly your clinical trial experience and perceptions of that are important, as often is the case in areas where there are not a lot of treatment options. Clinical trials are de facto part of your standard of care. Can we move to our third question? So this question is, in general, how much do these, so all of these medical devices, equipment, medicines, counseling, and lifestyle changes, basically everything that we've talked about so far that you might have used to help treat and live with your hearing loss, how much do all of these things improve you or your affected family members' quality of life? A, in general, they have really helped manage the most difficult issues and improved my or my family members' quality of life. B, in general, they have helped somewhat in managing the worst symptoms and improved my or my family members' quality of life. Or C, in general, they have not helped much at all in managing the worst symptoms and have not improved my or my family members' quality of life. So please select the one that most applies to you in terms of how all of these different treatment options have improved you or your family members' quality of life. So it looks like we've still got some results trickling in. We'll give you a few more moments to get your result in here. Certainly during the audience discussion, we would love to hear why it is you chose these different categories in the context of which different treatment options and different strategies you've employed. Okay. So it looks like over half of you have felt that in general they've helped somewhat in managing the worst symptoms and have improved you or your family members' quality of life. About a third of you say that all these treatment options have not helped much at managing the worst symptoms and have not improved quality of life. And then there's just under 10% of you that say that these things have really helped manage these most difficult issues and have improved you or your family members' quality of life. So thank you. Can we go to our fourth question? So our next question is, how have treatment options for hearing loss changed since you or your affected family member first suffered hearing loss? So again, this is all of the different treatment options we've described: drugs, medical devices, educational support and modification, etc. So your options are A, there have been no new treatment options. B, there have been some new treatment options. C, you do not choose to treat. And D, other. Give you just a few more moments on this one. Looks like overwhelmingly you feel that there are no new treatment options since you or your affected family member first suffered hearing loss. For some of you, just under a fifth of you, you feel that there have been some. There's some representation from those that do not choose to treat, and no one said other. And can we go to our final polling question on treatments? Okay. So please, this is one of those ranking questions, so please rank the following by the most important impact from a new treatment for you or your affected family member. So here we're talking about a future treatment, not a current treatment. So please rank the following attributes, whether the treatment is less toxic cancer treatments with reduced impact on hearing, improved hearing ability via device utilization, stopping further progression of hearing loss, recovering some hearing capability, and protective treatments to prevent hearing loss from cancer treatments, or some other aspect of a new treatment that you feel would be most important. We'll give you a few more minutes or moments because I know, like these other ranking questions, there's a lot to think about and consider. Looks like some more results are just trickling in right now. It looks like a few of these responses are neck and neck here. Switching spots. Someone out there just changing their answer back and forth. It's possible. All right. So based off the responses we have, it looks like the most important factor for a new treatment for those of you participating today would be to recover some of your hearing capability. I'll call it a tie between the next two, which are stopping further progression of hearing loss and protective treatments to prevent hearing loss from cancer treatments. Our fourth priority would be less toxic cancer treatments with reduced impact on hearing, followed by improved hearing ability via device utilization, and the final being something else that wasn't listed here that you view as a treatment priority. Okay. So now we move into our final portion of our session here today, where we are seeking your input. You know how this goes. This is our audience discussion. Again, just a reminder, please raise your hand. We'll bring a mic to you. Please state your name at the start of your comment so we can keep track of who you are. If you participated in the morning, or not morning, but early the first session, please feel free to participate in this session as well, as we're going to be covering these new additional topics that build on that prior discussion. If you didn't have a chance to speak, definitely raise your hand. We'll try to make sure that you get a chance to speak as well and share your story. So the way that I want to dive into this is tackle some general categories of treatment options, one at a time. And so let's start with hearing technology. So hearing aids, cochlear implants, we've heard about other things, FM systems, maybe even other things that haven't really been discussed as much. I would love to hear your experiences with these different hearing technologies. Particularly, I don't think we've heard a lot besides some of Tyler's thoughts about choosing to not utilize cochlear implants. We haven't heard a lot of individuals with that experience and how your decisions to get a cochlear implant or not, and for those that have, how that's worked. So we have a hand up here in the front to get the conversation started.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline, and I'm an AML survivor. I lost my hearing when I was 12. I actually had bilateral cochlear implants. And actually, when I first got my first one, my parents wanted me to get it. I didn't want to at all because I was convinced I could hear. And I was actually doing a pretty good job for a year. And my experience has actually been really good with cochlear implants. It actually gave me a really good quality of life back overall. I got my first cochlear a week after my 14th birthday in 2004, and I got turned on a month later. I got chronic migraines shortly after that, every single day, all day long. And when I woke up in the morning, you know, they were right there, right next to me. And it's been, you know, one of those experiences. I have a vibrating alarm clock. I have different things. In college, a hole started to burn through my scalp from the magnet in my cochlear. There's been just different side effects. My ears get sore. I can't sleep with the cochlears on anymore because of my skin sensitivity on my head because it burns holes in my scalp. But in general, besides the chronic migraines and the skin sensitivity, it's really given me this quality of life back that I never really imagined before. I have 4 different programs, my cochlears, that I strategically create, where the first program is for everyday life, the second program blocks out background sound, the third program increases the volume, the fourth program turns out the back microphone. So in different types of environments and situations, I kind of navigate and figure out, okay, so where am I? Am I in a bar? Am I in a restaurant? Am I in a crowded place? And it still takes a lot of hard work, and I put a lot of effort every day into just trying to hear. And it's exhausting, it really is, even though, you know, I have been able to recreate this sense of hearing, but it still has given me my life back to some sense, which is great.
So can you tell us a little bit about that improvement in quality of life, and maybe
Yeah.
an example?
I mean, I definitely have people misinterpret the fact that I'm a hearing person. The quality of life, like I said, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. I can't sleep with my earpieces on. I am already thinking, what do I do? Like, as one of the speakers said before, when I have kids, I can't sleep with them on what the baby monitor goes off. And, you know, there aren't strobe lights all the time. You know, how am I notified with like a fire alarm and all this different stuff? But overall and generally, once my confidence built up, which wasn't right away, after I lost my hearing, there was a really good quality of life. The quality of sound with the cochlears is really good. And I did have hearing aids before I got the cochlear implants, and I couldn't really figure out what people were still saying. And that probably was because I was profoundly deaf, and I just wasn't even accepting it. But there was just there's a quality of life that comes with getting cochlear implants that I'm really thankful for, and that's just really been great. And you know, there's just something really great about it. I mean, the batteries die every once in a while. Sometimes while I'm watching Netflix, and I will get pissed off at it, and it'd be like, man, I'm in the middle of Orange is the New Black, and just beep, 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 and it starts to go off, and I have to change the battery. But I mean, overall, there's really not a lot of complaints I can make. So.
Great. Well, thank you so much for sharing that experience. Others have experiences with different hearing technologies, maybe something we haven't already covered, or hearing aids. Yes, we have a hand right here.
Hi, my name is Katie. My son is a 10-year survivor of stage 4 hepatoblastoma. He's got bilateral hearing loss, and he's moderate to severe in his right ear and severe in his left ear. So he's got 2 different diagnoses as far as, you know, what his hearing loss is. He's been to 2 different schools. The first school, we had a behavior plan and an IEP and a 504 plan all set up, different time frames, and none of his teachers at that school would follow it. They got him an FM system, they wouldn't wear it. He's now in his new school, and he's in 5th grade, and they've started now, let's add a couple teachers. So not only does he have to worry about the FM system for one teacher, is it going to follow him when he goes to the next class or the next class? So they're working on already, what are we doing for middle school? What are we doing for high school? And he doesn't understand that, he's got to take it off, or it kills his batteries a lot faster. So we have to go through more batteries. It's a great system, but at the same time, there's still so much that he's missing. He's not getting everything the teachers are saying. He's not hearing what someone behind him is saying because they're not wearing the FM system. So he still does lose a lot, but it has helped him as far as his school goes. You can't tell with his grades that, he's got a hearing impairment or that he has a learning disability because of the hearing impairment. He's a high honor student, and the only thing that it's preventing him from doing is hearing everything else. So he's got his teachers, but he doesn't have his classmates. He doesn't get that part of the instruction.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right here.
So this is an FM thing that is not necessarily, sorry, not necessarily always good. My mom mentioned that I was in a class with a bunch of other hearing impaired kids. So we all used an FM system. Our teacher wouldn't always turn it off when she was in the other room or talking to someone else. So I was in 3rd grade, and we were at lunch, and we all heard our teacher talking about how annoying we are and how much she hated us. So there was a bunch of 3rd graders sitting there going, oh, our teacher hates us? Oh, okay.
Not very helpful. No.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Unintended consequences of an otherwise helpful technology. Other thoughts on technologies? Yes, Kim.
I'm Kim, and I started using an FM system in high school, and I used it in college for a while. I had to carry it with me and give it to my teacher at the beginning of each class. At the beginning, it was kind of, I was self-conscious about, walking up to the teacher, giving him this device, and other students didn't know what it was. Then I had to decide if I wanted to, explain it or just let them wonder. And then some teachers would forget to turn it on at the beginning of class. So I would have to raise my hand and, kind of be like, can you turn the thing on? And so they would turn it on, and then I'd have to remember to get it back at the end of class. So, it is hard for teachers to remember when to turn it on and off. In college, I used it a little bit, but, so in high school, I guess, I didn't sit in the front as much because I was at a nerdy high school, and everyone actually wanted to sit in the front. So it was harder. But in college, I found that there was always plenty of room in the front, so it wasn't as much of a problem. And I also have a hearing aid in my left ear. My right ear is deaf, and a hearing aid would not help. So the hearing aid helps a lot, but as everyone else has said, it doesn't make up for everything. It only helps in certain situations. And then I also now have a Bluetooth-enabled hearing aid, which I use for phone calls at work and conference calls. So that's very helpful because the other option that I've done before is using an earbud in my left ear, which actually works. And I can hear pretty well if I put an earbud in my ear. but then that makes me really anxious because once I have my hearing aid out and an earbud in, I can't hear anything else around me, and so I worry about, missing something in my surroundings. So the Bluetooth enables me to still have my hearing aid on and connect to a phone call. And then same thing like on the, if I'm riding on the metro and listening to music, I don't want to put an earbud in and block out all the sound around me. So the Bluetooth is also useful for that. Of course, Bluetooth-enabled hearing aids are expensive, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to afford them, but technically they're covered by my insurance company, but at a very low rate and only one set of hearing aids ever. So they don't seem to understand that hearing aids do not last forever, and they cost more than the amount that they're willing to pay for them. So.
Thank you. So let's broaden the conversation to, if you'd like, include educational support and modification. We've already heard a good deal about this from our panels, but I would love to hear from you, your experiences with these different strategies in the classroom or to supplement the classroom, things that might have worked, any downsides of some of these strategies, anything to add on to what we have already been discussing. Yes.
Hello, my name is Billy Reagan. My son Zane was diagnosed with a brain tumor when he was 10 months old. As you can tell, he's almost 20. He was diagnosed 20 years ago this month, and so it's definitely dear to my heart right now. When he was first diagnosed, he had 2 cranies. He had traditional chemotherapy, conventional, and also a stem cell transplant where he did suffer hearing loss. He was 16 months old, thought the brain tumor was gone. It was not. It came back at 22 months, and we lived near Kansas City, great hospital, Children's Mercy, told us that there was nothing else we could do. It was time to take him home. He probably would have about 3 months to live. And at the time, I looked at him, and he was fine. I mean, he was running around, he was playing, and I just didn't think that we were ready to give up. And so we looked into radiation, not something he could take because of his age. So we were fortunate enough to find blood-brain barrier disruption in Portland, Oregon, which I'm going to toot Dr. Newell's horn, because right here the doctor that I feel saved my son's life. But what I'm here to talk about is at that time of the blood-brain barrier disruption, we were a part of the sodium thiosulfate trial drug. Zane did not have any more hearing loss while he was on the same drugs. Blood-brain barrier disruption is the same platins, both cisplatin and carboplatin, and they just give the chemotherapy directly to your brain. They go in, they break down the blood-brain barrier with mannitol. And so he was able to do that. He received the sodium thiosulfate, I think it was 4 hours afterwards and 8 hours afterwards. He had no side effects. I know they talk about throwing up as being one of the side effects. I cannot remember Zane having that side effect at all. I remember his tumor shrinking. I remember that, and I definitely now can look back and think that, yes, he has hearing loss, and all the things that we're talking about in here, the FM transmitters, the expense of the hearing aids. He has Bluetooth now. I'm surprised he's not on his phone watching a movie. Sorry, he can hear through those Bluetooth hearing aids. He likes to do that a lot. We did do all those things, and they're helpful. They're helpful for us. But I think back to if we'd have had that drug from the very, very beginning, would Zane have had his hearing? And I look around and I see these, he's almost 20 years old, and I see these younger kids in here. They're 16 and 10-year survivors, and I think, if we'd have had that drug, this has been 17 years. We made the Wall Street Journal 17 years ago for this drug, and I think, what about now? Right now is when we need it. 17 years is too long to let it go and to not have have access to it. If there were severe side effects, we all had those. We all know what severe side effects are. And we lived with that when we decided to give our kids chemotherapy and the surgeries. But sodium thiosulfate doesn't have those severe side effects. And like I said, once again, we're thankful. I'm thankful that he's here. He's well. He doesn't have other side effects. He's not on any medicine. We're one of the few lucky. Yeah, he had a primitive neuroectodermal tumor with rhabdoid areas, which is very hard to treat. Like I said, they looked at us and told us to go home with him. And lucky enough, like I said, to be able to find Dr. Newalt and to do the blood-brain barrier disruption, but also to be a part of the clinical trial that I felt has helped his hearing, helped him lead a normal life, and I hope that soon everyone else has the opportunity to have that drug that I felt helped with his hearing loss. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's keep going with more experiences with different treatment options.
I just had a question about SDS, right? Can you give that after there's already been hearing loss to stop the progression? And how does someone find out how to do that?
Right here. After it works right here is who you need to be talking to. I'm just going to toot his horn again.
So for now, we're just exploring patient and caregivers' experiences. So, but I'm sure everybody's happy to stay around and discuss possibilities. But if that's a priority for future treatment, that's going to be my next question of, being able to stop progression. If that's the key for you, please do share that.
2 seconds, because I feel like I should just add one thing. The sodium thiosulfate, and they haven't touched on it now, but I know from this article 17 years ago, it also helps with platelet loss. And when Zane was on treatment, the conventional chemotherapy and the stem cell, we were in the hospital. We were neutropenic. We were in the hospital every other day to have platelets and blood. We didn't leave. We lived in Kansas City at the hospital. When we were in Portland, we didn't get blood or platelets at all. So sodium thiosulfate is also on a trial now, and I think Dr. Newalt's a part of that, looking into it for platelet loss. So it's just a very valuable drug.
Thank you. Okay. So we have opened the world of opportunities here. We've got hearing technology. We started to explore a little bit educational support and modification. Of course, investigational products. Again, when there's that unmet need, often very much a part of standard of care. So I would love to continue to hear experiences.
I know I shared earlier, so you know what we're going through at my house. I'm getting texts from my son because I told him, I said, do you know that there are some companies out there who care more about your hearing loss than even you do right now? And they're working to protect it. They're working on new drugs to try to restore it. I said, there's some hope out there for you. And he was asking me about that because that's what he needed to hear. He needed to hear that there are people out there. So I'm so thankful for this opportunity, for this conference. Last year, I attended the International Oncology Group here and heard where one of the sponsors who's here today presented some of their trial findings. And I have been referring every new diagnosis to them because it's too late for them if we wait another 5 or 10 years, especially for some of these drugs that have been around that my son, if we had had that opportunity, many of the oncologists aren't, until it becomes something out there, mainstream, they're not going to do it. Mm-hmm. So we need to get these options to parents, because if I had been given that choice, we had that same choice with growth hormones, and my son has chosen to take growth hormones, even if the risk is higher to make his tumor come back. He's old enough to make that choice at this point, and we were old enough to really counsel him in it. I would like to see where parents are given the option to say, here's the risks, here's the benefits. You need to be aware, but you also need to have some of the control over the choice. I'm not being given the option to poison my son drastically, but I at least want to be given the option to maybe protect him in some way as well, along with that choice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, knowing what it is that either you wish you had or that you would like for the future are very important preferences for us to share with FDA and those developing drugs that might even be, maybe not something that's been around a long time, but even, earlier stage, so that way they can know when they're developing their studies, what are the right things that we need to measure in order to make a product that is going to be beneficial for patients and improve the quality of life that we've been discussing here today. So I want to look, and I know we're a little short on time. Any final experiences with a different treatment option that you would like to share? And we have a hand right here.
Hi, it's Anna again. With the treatment options, I guess just, being in front of the FDA, I just want them to hear in general a very personal situation that I went through that makes me think about any type of treatment or looking into anything is going to be valuable, because I thought with the scenario I'm about to explain real quick, I thought I was kind of a one-hit wonder with it until 2 weeks ago when I took my son Jaden to a cancer camp and spoke to a mom for 2 hours that is going through the exact same thing. So because of this drug, cisplatin, when my son, he was diagnosed with 6 brain tumors with medulloblastoma. So 3 could be removed, 3 could not. So it was very intense. Had to have immediate brain surgery too, back to back. So the cisplatin out of 3 chemos had to be the most aggressive and the riskiest one. Of course, that's going to make him lose his hearing. We knew the consequences. But about a month or 2 going into his treatment, I guess on the other side of the treatment to be aware of, we had a doctor, his oncologist, that had suggested, not thinking that my son had a big chance to make it, actually wanted to stop the cisplatin and just so he can retain the hearing for the quote-unquote rest of his life. That was a huge decision just for this one drug. So as a parent, you're listening to the doctor saying, so because you think my child is going to die, let's just have him here for the rest of his life. So it became a debate just for this one drug. I think about other parents that now are possibly maybe going through it. I did not stand for that. I went and got my second opinions, which, because of this drug, took a lot of finances, because no insurance company, you guys know prior authorizations and money and everything involved, they're not going to want to cover any of these costs. So traveling to Seattle Children's Hospital from Portland, and I want to say this is not a doctor over at Dornbecker, this is a doctor using Dornbecker OHSU facilities, because the insurance company and services we had did not have a pediatric oncology program there. So with this doctor stating that I took my second opinion with Seattle Children's Hospital, was able to get a second opinion, and they said to continue the cisplatin, because regardless of his hearing, this is his life. And that, in the end, is the most important. But it makes me wonder if I went through that just because of this drug and a doctor thinking my son did not have chances to live and just wanted to treat his hearing and have his hearing be full on for the rest of his life. Like, what other parents or families or children have to go through this? And the only reason, like I said, I bring it up is because 2 weeks ago, a mom is on the same boat and, unfortunately does not have the advocacy support, does not have the finances to do this, and is kind of stuck. So it's really concerning about, this kind of drug. So I think just anything in general to just be looked at, to just take away of that in all perspectives. To
not have to make that choice.
Just not have to make that choice and go through that.
Gotcha. Thank you very much
you.
for sharing that. So I think we probably have time for 1 or 2 more comments. I want to pose the question, since we've started to go down that path anyways. Short of a cure for your hearing loss, what would be the 1 or 2 specific things that would be most important to you from a future therapy? I see a hand right here.
Hi, my name is Christopher. My wife and my son both have hearing loss due to the cisplatin. It's made life incredibly difficult at home over the last so many years. I think the biggest thing for us is stopping the degradation, the ongoing hearing loss. Earlier, Christy Knight mentioned that in the long-term follow-up, something with regards to the opening of the cochlear, dealing with the high frequency loss, then the ending of the cochlear, dealing with the lower frequency loss and the degradation moving downwards through cochlear. And just the fact that that's happening still and they're not receiving cisplatin right now, that means that the platinum's still there in their bodies. But why is it still there? And why aren't they doing anything to clear that out of their system? That would seem to be the most simple thing to do. If there's things out there that can take platinum out of a body, why not put that in and take it out of their body?
Sure.
And then, well, yeah, ongoing hearing loss. That's like my son, he's 7 years old, he's in grade 2. He worries every day, he cries a lot. He's worried that his hearing loss is going to leave him completely. Over the course of 2 years at school, he's lost an amount of hearing loss. He had great vocabulary. His older sister taught him everything before treatment at 2 years old. But you can tell that he's losing it. He's losing his vocabulary. He's losing his ability to say words. He's in speech therapy now because he didn't used to need to it. Even in kindergarten, he had perfect pronunciation. But now in grade 2, he cannot pronounce letters. He's lost that ability. So he needs the ongoing progression to stop. Even if it's not restored, at least stopped before it can be restored.
Thank you. Okay, any final thoughts, final comment? Josh will be our final word.
So, at least everybody that I know here that was a cancer patient has gone through the use with hearing aids. The only issue I find with hearing aids, besides the other many issues everybody else has already explained, is the easy use for the consumer. We have to constantly buy batteries. We have to constantly go to the hearing aid office and have them plugged in to regenerate what will better improve your hearing. What I would hope would come eventually is everybody has smartphones. Why not make an applicable Bluetooth version of a hearing aid that you can thus change and improve yourself? Being an audio engineer student, you learn a lot about EQ, a lot about all the technology that they use to develop hearing aids, but before my audio engineering classes, why wasn't I ever taught any of this stuff? If I'm the one who's experiencing all of this, I should be the one with the output as to how to change and better it. But if I have no experience with such technology, I would have no way to give somebody that experience. I just hope that, eventually, if this does continue and we can't find a treatment that will effectively dismember this, at least there'll be a better way to control it through everybody.
Thank you so much.
Good idea, honey.
So this concludes the portion of the agenda where we are getting all of your views, all of your input, your preferences. But it's not the end. As I mentioned at the beginning, there will be an opportunity for you to provide written answers to many of the questions we walked through today. All of you that registered will get instructions on how to submit those comments, and we really hope that whether you're in the room, you had something you wanted to say, we just didn't have time, maybe it's something you think about on your drive or flight home. For those of you that are on the webcast who've been stuck it out with us all afternoon, certainly we want to hear from you as well. I just want to end, because this is the final part of the agenda that I'm involved with. I just want to say that, reiterate something that Kat said at the onset, which is that it is incredibly difficult to share the burdens of survival. And I don't think I could have appreciated that as an outsider to this community before being here today. So I just want to thank each and every one of you here in the room that sat up here on this stage and shared your story, raised your hand and shared your story, for allowing me to be a member of your community for a day, or for the panelists for a couple of months that we've been working together. And for really, thank you for bearing your souls to all of those that were here listening today, to FDA, to those that are working tirelessly to develop products to help all of you. I really, truly hope that you'll walk away feeling as though you had an important impact, because I know, having been involved in this arena for some time now, that that you truly will have had an impact on product development and product review and decisions at the FDA moving forward. So join me in thanking all of you with a collective round of applause. So now it is my great honor to introduce our closing speaker from FDA. This is Dr. Greg Riemann. Dr. Riemann, he joined the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research within the Office of New Drugs at FDA as the Associate Director for the Office of Hematology and Oncology Products in 2011, having served for the previous 10 years as the founding and immediate past chair of the Children's Oncology Group. He is currently the Associate Director for Pediatric Oncology in FDA's Oncology Center of Excellence, and he is also a Professor of Pediatrics and Medicine at the George Washington University School of Medicine and Health Sciences, and is a member of the Center for Cancer and Blood Disorders at the Children's National Medical Center, which he directed for more than 17 years. That is just a little bit of the many accolades I could provide for Dr. Riemann, but I would like to welcome him to the stage to provide some closing remarks.
Thank you. I'm actually kind of speechless, and it's really probably one of the most difficult tasks I've been asked to do, to try and summarize what I've heard today. And I just can't tell you how important it is for us at the FDA to hear you. And I can't tell you enough what a fantastic job you did in making us hear you. I've been practicing pediatric oncology for 40 years, and I've never experienced the strength and the courage of people coming forward and telling their stories quite as honestly and openly as you did. So it's had an impact on me personally, and I can assure you it's going to impact the FDA as well. I was struck by this being a silent disability. What an unfortunate play on words. I was struck, Kat, by your introduction and saying where you are now and the decisions that you had to make at the time of your son's diagnosis, that you wouldn't change anything. And you wouldn't change anything because you had the life of your son in your hands. But we have to change things. We as clinicians, we as investigators, we as regulators of new drugs. I also want to commend the organizers because although the agency has, as a result of the 21st Century Cures, really ramped up hearing the patient voice in drug development, unfortunately the patient voice never includes children. Children don't have a voice, according to the federal government. They don't vote, they don't pay taxes, they don't have a voice. So I think using this forum, having parents and survivors who may no longer be children provide input was a fantastic opportunity. I think the fact that this disability results in missing out on life was really brought home by Tyler's remarks. And I don't think any child whose life is saved as a cancer survivor should ever feel that they don't have a life. I mean, how terrible is that? I think no survivor deserves not feeling like they should be cool when they want to be cool. They shouldn't be embarrassed. They shouldn't be a target for bullies. They shouldn't experience social isolation and constant white noise. They shouldn't feel like they're always a burden because they require assistance all the time. And they shouldn't be made to feel like they need to avoid large groups. They shouldn't be fearful. They shouldn't be frustrated. And they shouldn't feel like their potential is limited. they're children. They should have unlimited potential, like all children. I was struck by the fact that in over 80% of people affected, the impact of hearing loss actually increases over time. So, when we talk about the risk-benefit considerations for pediatric cancer therapies, we are much more focused on immediate risks. As Dr. Ani pointed out, we're looking at long-term risks. It takes a very long time, and these are retrospective cohort studies that started 30, 40 years ago. We don't have 30, 40 years to do something about this, so we really have to start thinking differently. And I'm really impressed that 80% of you responded that you weren't aware that there were potential new therapy options, and there are therapy options in development. There's actually applications in-house for review right now that may make this a somewhat different picture in the future. I also agree that we need to do things a little bit differently as far as clinical trial design. Pediatric oncologists are historically risk averse. We've done a fantastic job over the last 40 or 50 years improving the outcome for children with cancer. But it takes us a long time to start dialing down on the intensity of therapy to prevent late effects, to make sure that we can do that safely. So we really have to look at things differently. I think looking at preclinical models or looking preclinically or doing preclinical evaluation of new drugs for off-target effects. Right now, the real focus is on major organs, and they're the major organ concerns of adults: heart, kidney, liver, and neurologic system. But there's no reason why we couldn't evaluate hearing loss as well. I mean, this is a major toxicity of a drug that's probably used in about 60 to 70% of all children with solid tumors. And there's nothing on the horizon that looks like it's going to replace it in any time soon. So this is real. I'm impressed by the fact that what you feel could make the major impact is recovering some normal hearing. I'm not sure that there's anything really in development. I think stopping progression of ongoing hearing loss is something that clearly is important because we know that this is a progressive situation. And I think the fact that it was tied with the development of ototoxicity prevention strategies is really insightful, and I think that's some place where we really need to put a lot of attention. But I also think we really need to look at less toxic regimens. So ultimately, there needs to be a replacement for cisplatin, or at least a way that cisplatin could be given with an otoprotectant in all situations so that it's going to prevent hearing loss or prevent the ototoxicity of platinum therapy. So again, I just want to assure you that we've heard you, and I've heard this for some time, obviously, in practicing in this area. But I think we really need to evaluate things differently. This is a very, very serious disability, a very serious life-threatening, not life-threatening, but life-altering toxicity that can and must be dealt with, that can and must be considered in risk-benefit analysis of new drug therapy. So again, thank you for your fantastic discussions and for allowing us to participate in this. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Riemann. My name is George Dahlman. I'm the CEO of Children's Cause, one of the organizations that's sponsoring this or hosting it. And I don't know about the rest of you, but this has been such an exhilarating day. I mean, exhilarating in the sense that it's inspiring, frustrating, but also, I think, bonding and hopeful at the same time, in the sense that we all feel the same kinds of frustrations and potential outcomes and hopes that we have for development. I just want to thank everybody. This is my way of closing, my role to close this out, and just to say thank you for all the sponsors and who have helped make this possible, and for the partner groups who've helped do this, in particular James, Kat, Christine, Jess, and of course Julie, who has run the traps on this from beginning to end. When we started this, as Kat mentioned quite a while ago, it's been about a year now since we filed with the FDA to have the blessing to do this meeting, which they gave to us very quickly. It's been like a planning a wedding with a committee instead of just the mother-in-law. But it's been a great partnership, and we're so grateful, everybody. But in particular, we're so grateful for all the patients and all the caregivers and the families that have been willing to give of themselves to be part of this meeting. And I just hope that it's inspiring us to stay together and to keep the momentum going, both for the FDA and for the companies and for all of us as a community. I want to remind you all, which was brought up a couple of times, is this meeting was webcast live. And so there were people that were watching it. It's also going to be made available. It's taped, so it's available on all of the partners' websites. So you'll be able to go back over it again. We are also creating a voice of the patient. There's a transcript that you've been seeing, and there will be a development of a report afterwards, and everybody will be able to comment on that. And we really encourage more comments, just from the people here, but anybody else you know in the community who also has these issues and they want to contribute to it. As Maria had mentioned, the FDA really does want to hear from us, and they really take our contributions very seriously. So again, thank you so much for being part of this and contributing to this, and safe travels home. Thanks.